emails leaked that reflect the problems we are faced with. We're meeting at a time, comrades, when there's a cloud as to whether the ANC will be able to win the elections in 2019. We met at a time, comrades, when the president of the ANC has been advised to step down so that the ANC can be able to manage its problems without being tarnished by what has been described as the ANC that is corrupt. We met at a time, comrades, when we were just from the policy conference of the ANC. One of the difficult debate was about what do we characterize monopoly capital. Others wanted to say it is white monopoly capital that is an enemy of the NDR. I believe that our main monopoly capital, our main enemy of the NDR is corruption, is factions, is leadership who don't listen to structures. It is gatekeeping. When you are sick, you consult a doctor, I'm sure, and then the doctor will prescribe to you what medicine you should take. I was puzzled at the ANC policy conference when some were refusing to accept the diagnostic report that was telling what is wrong with the ANC. But that report was accepted, and I'm sure it will guide us going forward. As the Communist Party comrades, let's remember the decision taken by the International Committee giving instruction to the Court of South Africa to go back and build a black organization that will take over and create the Black Republic. It was that instruction, comrades, that made the party to get more black people into its ranks. It was that instruction, comrades, that shaped the role of the party. So I am welcoming you, comrades. We're welcoming you, comrades, because we're faced with challenges. In PE, comrades, we debated the issue of contesting state power, and I heard you singing. You want it now. At the same Congress, comrades, you debated the issue of working towards a reconfigured alliance. Those were two decisions, comrades. Don't say aye. They were both taken. Therefore, when we go to our commissions, comrades, we should discuss as to what will be the role of the Communist Party in this political juncture. It is what the comrades are going to say, we're going to go our own way and leave the ANC with those comrades who are still fighting to change the ANC. Has a choice to take, comrades. And I'm sure that, comrades, we will have, comrades, to deal with all those issues. But, Makabane, our challenge now is to build a strong COSATU. We should build a strong COSATU because, comrades, without a strong COSATU, workers will be vulnerable. Our stated position that we want to build, want to say one country, one federation, should be what we should garner and fight for when we live here. One union, one industry. And the ANC, comrades, is going through these pains. But the question is, who will assist it to go out of them? The party must debate that very thoroughly, comrades, and not take decisions out of anger, but be sober and be engaged so that when we leave here, we are clear of what our party position is going to be going forward. Factionalism is not only killing the ANC, but is rendering its structures unworkable. It is something we must work on, comrades. That when factions are strong, comrades, they do things that are not thought of. The ANC is going to its Congress in December. I think we should debate that without maybe coming with names, but to understand and analyze the environment under which that Congress will take place. And work out as to what leaders do we want to emerge from there. Because I'm sure all of you are ANC members, belonging to ANC branches. You can't divorce then your role when you go back to your branches. I want to say again, comrades, we can never be dragged to a situation where the ANC loses its standing with the people because of one family. If they are business people, they should behave like all business people. In 2012, they started in NUM, Guptas, trying to change its leadership, putting money in so that those who will be their own people comes in. They didn't win. They are each and every union because, comrades, their aim is to control your leadership. Luckily in the party, I've not heard that there are any influence of the Guptas. They should conduct themselves, comrades, like any other business person. They must stop dragging the ANC into mud and leave the ANC alone. No, Pala. I hope that this Congress should be successful because we will be disciplined. I have been informed that comrades were doing a registration yesterday. Some lost their cell phones. If you have taken it because it looks like yours or looks like the one you dreamed to buy, please bring it forward, comrades. It is not yours. I repeat again, comrades, one of the ANC guests have lost her wallet as she was coming in. Please, comrades, take nothing from that wallet, but bring it up front. Therefore, comrades, we are going now to call the choir from SATU to lead us. So the Pope crew, why do I say SATU? SATU, man. SATU should come in and start the singing of the international. And all of you, comrades, in your bags, Ninayo International, Yicholeni. Ningaculenye into esingayaziyo, please.
Solidarity forever.
It is in your bag. Take it out and join it singing. Please, comrades, we'll sing thereafter. Because other people were coming in and the team was still arranging itself. So we have done the opening. Now we'll call Comrade Situbi to come forward.
Can you please ask comrades to pay tribute to our fallen comrades since the last 15th Congress? We, the delegates gathered at the 14th National Congress of the South African Communist Party, wish to salute with pride and honor all the heroes and heroines of our revolution here in South Africa, in the continent, and throughout the world. We recognize your selfless contribution. Indeed, you left a huge mark which will remain with many generations to come. You and your families and loved ones might not have received the necessary recognition while you were still with us. But through this wall of tributes, your name will remain in the highest archives of our party. This is a solemn day of celebration and also a day of mourning. This day, the eyes and ears of the working class and people of the whole world are waiting in anticipation for the outcome of the 14th National Congress. Confident that the party will not disappoint as one way of paying special tribute to all those who departed in the past 5 years, acknowledging that this was a time where lost recipients of the SACP Award, the Chris Hani Peace Award, Nelson Mandela, Fidel Castro, and Hugo Chavez. This 14th Congress also pays special tribute to all workers and their families who were brutally murdered in the Platinum Belt, especially at Loni, Marikana, and Impala mines in Rustenburg, as they fought against the brutality of capitalism. The arrogance of mine bosses, including the old apartheid style, to use workers against other fellow workers through violence. We salute those who survived attacks noting with serious concern that some of them have suffered permanent disabilities, some displaced from their homes and hostels. The 14th National Congress also salutes all those policemen and women who perished on duty, trying to defend innocent souls and also defend the country and ensure there is law and order in our lovely South Africa. We recognize members of the SABC, SNDF, Metropolitan Police throughout the country. Members belong to some private security companies and many others that lost their lives in line of duty. It is also important to note that the 14th National Congress also sent this most special tribute to all the women and children who have been victims of violence. This 14th National Congress also recognizes the role played by a number of our cadres who perished outside of South Africa, of South African soil, and we welcomed two of the greatest liberation struggle stalwarts and heroes, Malume Moses Kotane and Uncle J.B. Marks, representing a number of those that perished outside South Africa. We are dedicating this 14th Congress, amongst others, to their commitment to the working class struggles for national liberation, people's power, and socialism. As a result of their work and contribution, the red flag is flying high, and the torch of socialism is seen by millions of the working class in every continent, glowing brightly here in our land and along in our land, the land of Moses Kotane, J.B. Marks, Yusuf Tadu, Moses Mabhida, Walter Sisulu, Joseph Nelson Mandela, Oliver Tambo, Chris Hani, Lillian Ngoyi, Ray Alexander Simon, Jamal Queen, Rose Pimoni, Esther Basel, Dorata Mane, and many others. It is our task here at the 14th National Congress to build a powerful, united vanguard of the working class, a party of the poor, a party that empowers the broad masses of our people, that enables them to carry through their historic mission. We must not and will not we shall not and will not fail our historic mission. Let's pick up their spear and advance the struggle of the working class for socialism. This 14th National Congress is paying revolutionary tribute to our heroes and heroines. Tomorrow we have a task to begin to build them a majestic and indestructible monument, a South African socialism, thus victoriously completing the task of liberation of the working class. A strong, stalwart, well-organized South African Communist Party as we march to the centenary of the South African Communist Party, while celebrating the centenary of the great October Socialist Revolution. In saying farewell to all our heroes and heroines who perished in the name of freedom and the struggle for socialism, we will emerge from this 14th National Congress imbued with firm resolutions. The first step, the hardest step of the revolution to face capitalism head on, with more vigor and courage, especially its foot soldiers doing everything to undermine the hard-won democracy, abusing positions they occupy in various structures, in government, in state-owned enterprises, and many other platforms used by at the most parasitic networks meant to loot state resources and even sell our country to the highest bidder. As we are in Gauteng, the winter air is filled not only with songs of praise and mourning for those who perished during the struggle since July 2012, but also with millions of voices of our exultant choir proclaiming the working class victory of the struggle. The conquest by the people of that freedom, which alone made it possible to wage the struggle for land, for food production, access to finance by all, and end crime and corruption, including to defeat the parasitic networks and the consolidation of power of the working class today and socialism tomorrow. In honor of all members of the South African Communist Party the broader Congress movement, and those from other parts of the world who passed away since July 2012 when we had our 13th Congress. This 14th Congress representing closer to 300,000 members, as well as those many unorganized working class sections of our country, pays tribute to the following comrades, including those who do not appear on this wall of tribute. Isithwalandwe Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, recipient of the South African highest award, the Chris Hani Peace Award. Fidel Castro, recipient of the South African Communist Party highest award, the Chris Hani Peace Award, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Cuban Revolution. Hugo Chavez, recipient of South African Communist Party highest award, the Chris Hani Peace Award, and President of Venezuela. Mokgafi Sikene, who was also a product of South African Communist Party, and South African, the Super Communist Party. Billionaire, recipient of Moses Kotane Award, and long-standing stalwart of the movement, a lifetime member of the CCM Bureau of the South African Communist Party. Isithwalandwe Umalume Ahmed Katra, founding member of the YCLSA, SACP, and stalwart of the movement. Ken Musa, recipient of the Moses Kotane Award, a lifetime member of the Central Committee and GP of the South African Communist Party. Among the internationals as well, we have got Mohamed Abdelaziz, the Secretary General of Polisario Front and President of Sahrawi Arab Republic. George Request, Cuban internationalist and hero of Southern African Revolution. And then Isithwalandwe Umamaru Mompa, stalwart of the liberation movement and former freedom fighter. Hermanus Lutz, popularly known as James Stewart, stalwart of the liberation movement and former freedom fighter. Idris Naik, stalwart of the national liberation movement. Crosby Moore, member of the Technical Congress Committee, member of the National Assembly and former Deputy President of the National Union of Mine Workers. Judy Malquis, member of the 13th Congress Central Committee. Letsao Nelson Diale, stalwart of the South African Communist Party and the ANC and freedom fighter as well. Phyllis Naib, stalwart of the liberation movement. Riot Mkonas, stalwart of the liberation movement. Collins Chabai, ANC NEC member and Minister of Public Service Administration. Makenkesi Stofi, the former ANC NEC member, government minister and ambassador. Amina Kachali, stalwart of the liberation movement. Reggie September, stalwart of the liberation movement. Miriam Mukara, mother of the late Damka. Mata Mashlag, mother of the late Solomon Mashlag. Patrick Mabuya Baleka, accused #1 during the Delmas prison trial and dynamic internationalist. Ngosi Pendulo Kolisi, the former provincial chairperson of the SACP in Gauteng and MEC for economic development. Soli KK Mbulu, SACP deputy provincial chair, Mpumalanga province. Jerry Tsepo Simungi, SACP career development officer and former freedom fighter. Chemist Kumalo, SACP media strategist and former PM. Mike Mukhtari, YCL Deputy National Secretary. Miriam Muchaka, YCL PEC member in Gauteng Province. Nico Matlawa, PEC member of SACP in Limpopo. Dumisa Ntuli, SACP, ANC Gauteng Provincial spokesperson. Isao Castro More, former activist of the liberation movement and youth movement in particular. Mama Nozipo Nzimande, mother of our General Secretary of the SACP, Comrade Brady Nzimande. Mama Frida Cronin, mother of the first Deputy General Secretary of the SACP, Comrade Jeremy Cronin. Mama Epiteni Mbeki, Eastern Cape, mother of the former President of the ANC and Republic of South Africa, first African woman member of the SACP. Yolanda Botha, Michael Kotsi, Duncan Siani, Elizabeth Mbata, Florence de Villiers, Nozipo Twanambi, ANC-NEC, and activist of the liberation movement. Caroline Mutwaledi, ANC stalwart. Masifako Sophia Mutlaninte, mother of Comrade Halima Mutlaninte. Reggie September, stalwart of the revolutionary movement. Sylvia Mamza Benjamin, all-round activist of our movement. She also served in structures of the Alliance. Mesiabe, mother of Duncan and wife of Ndate Siabo from Kontowesizo. Tumisang Buja Butsea, Cape Town First Deputy Secretary. Wandile Makasha Mube, YCL District Chairperson, gunned down in Newcastle. Nonsikelelo Bros, SACP, YCL Keda killed in Njanga during the 26th local government elections. And last, Ubaba Philip Dlamini, gunned down, attending the SACP convened community meeting in Njanga.
Comrades, Comrades, there is a lost and found. Comrade Usesi Rakoto Atlotea Gatiaha, Mklomukla Sukula Ukena Happy. Comrades, we have been informed that comrades this side are shifting chairs. Please, comrades, sit on your chairs as they were arranged. And somebody has brought forward, comrades, a phone that has been lost. I will not give you the number. You will have to come because it is locked, unlock it, and then claim it. But we're still waiting, comrades, for the wallet. Please bring the wallet. I know you didn't intend to have it in your pocket. Please bring it forward. Comrade, we are aware that Ikosatu has lost one of its stalwarts, Mama Shinin. She may be among those we recognize and salute for sterling work she has done. Now the time has come now, comrades, for me to invite the General Secretary of Gauteng so that you can feel welcomed. He is the only one who can do that. Thank you. So the Provincial Secretary of Gauteng, Comrade Mabulo. Amandla! Amandla! Comrades, there have been changes in the program. Because of time we have taken to enter. We're supposed to start at 9. We're only in after 10. That's why we have to change the way we're doing things, comrades. Now we're going to invite the Premier of Gauteng, Ukombe Tumakura. Thereafter, even good General Secretary of the Communist Party, Ukombe Blade, and goes.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chair. Amanda! Long live SACP, long live! Long live SACP, long live! Long live COSATU, long live! Long live SANCO, long live! Long live the African National Congress, long live! Thank you very much, Comrade National Chairperson. The SACP General Secretary, Comrade Blade Nzimande, the National Office Bearers and members of the Central Committee, the ANC Deputy Secretary General, Comrade Jesse Duarte, and members of the NEC of the ANC, COSATU President, Comrade Tumo Dlamini, and members of the CEC of COSATU, the leadership of SANCO, ambassadors and members of the diplomatic corps, veterans and stalwarts of our liberation struggle, the representatives of democratic organizations present here and progressive civil society, international guests from fraternal parties, comrade delegates. I would first like, on behalf of the people and the provincial government, welcome all of you to the 14th National Congress of the South African Communist Party. Our province is honored to host this Congress here in the city of Ekurhuleni, the city of peace, the manufacturing and aviation hub of Sub-Saharan Africa. The nation at large and the people of our province await the outcome of this Congress with bated anticipation. I hope the delegates understand fully the challenges of this moment and the expectations from ordinary citizens that this Congress will address their plight and concerns about the state of our economy, as well as the issues we need to address in fast-tracking transformation of our country. Why should we and ordinary people have high expectations from this Congress of the South African Communist Party? For almost a century, South African communists have been at the center of the struggle for national liberation and social emancipation in our country. Communists, together with other leaders of the liberation movement and trade unionists, were in the forefront of theorizing our revolution and taking fearless, practical action as volunteers in every phase and pillar of our struggle. For their clarity of thought and fearless actions, for their stoical discipline and hard work, for their steadfastness of principle and truthfulness, for their selfless service and readiness to pay the supreme price for the cause of our people and in defense of the cause of our people. Communists earned respect and admiration across the length and breadth of our motherland. These attributes are required even more today as we confront the daunting challenges of our time. This important National Congress takes place at a time when South African communists are once more called upon to rise to the occasion in dealing with major issues troubling both our country and the world at large. What are some of those issues? Internationally, there is a deepening mutative crisis of global capitalism and its ceaseless tendency to increase inequalities while concentrating wealth in the hands of few elites. And this has given birth to the rise of both populism and terrorism. And for those of us who belong to the left and coming from the ANC as the disciplined force of the left, we will have to constantly deal with the question that as long as capitalism is synonymous with greater inequality and the concentration of wealth amongst the few, whilst the overwhelming majority perish in poverty in the midst of plenty, the question of the post-capitalist civilization and anti-capitalist struggles will remain on the agenda. As long as there is in the world an equal and unfair distribution of national resources, whether such resources are concentrated along the question of race, class, or gender, mobilization and organization as well as education against this unfair and unequal system will continue. And we will continue to hear the voices that say another world is possible. The South African Communist Party must continue to lead these efforts in our country to imagine a world beyond present-day organization of society along capitalist lines. Here at home, our revolution also faces serious challenges that must be confronted with clarity of thought, with stoical discipline, with steadfastness of principle, as the communists have always done in our country. We face the real danger that our revolution can degenerate and fail to deliver the dream and the promise of a truly non-racial, non-sexist, united, democratic, and prosperous society. In this regard, there are two immediate and major dangers that face our revolution. The one danger is that we continue to have a persistent and stubborn legacy of colonialism of a special type, which remains particularly socially and economically. White domination of the economy continues, whilst millions of black people remain outside the realm of the economy. There is no way we as progressive people belonging to the Congress movement can allow a concentration and monopolization of our country's national resources amongst the few, whether those few are black or white. We need effective interventions to grow our economy in a way that is transformative, that is inclusive, that is sustainable. We hope this Congress will speak to this important issue of turning around the South African economy from where we are now, which is basically a recession, so our economy can begin to address the fundamental issue of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. There are legitimate expectations that your Congress will address this matter of the state of the economy, and please don't disappoint South Africans who are waiting for what you are going to say on this matter of the economy. Comrade delegates, we need to explore a combination of various measures to broaden participation by all our people, without exception, in the economy, including those who participate as cooperatives, those who participate as township and village enterprises, and truly those particularly black people and women who must also participate in the industrial sector of our economy. We must also deploy infrastructure development to reshape both the special character of our country as well as the structure of our economy. We need to improve the efficacy of state action and state intervention, particularly with regard to the role of state-owned enterprises in driving transformative economic development and radical economic transformation. It is for this reason that we must tackle the second danger that we face. And that real danger is the immediate threat that corruption and state capture can derail our revolution. We cannot tackle radical economic transformation if our state is captured and if corruption is allowed to fester. For we will have no state to do that which it is supposed to do. To the credit of the South African Communist Party, you have been very outspoken against corporate capture of the state and these matters of corruption. The South African Communist Party has given the necessary leadership in mobilizing various social forces and citizens in defense of the integrity of our national developmental state and the constitution upon which our new republic is founded. I hope and expect that this Congress will set the right tone and right attitude about the question of the attitude of communists to corruption and state power. This is a very important issue. What is the attitude of communists to corruption and state capture? The SACP has to send a very clear and unequivocal message against the dangers of state capture and corruption, particularly because at this Congress, as you were singing, you are debating the question of state power. So as you debate state power, you must understand the dangers of corruption once you are in power, and the dangers of state power, of state capture once you are in power. I hope the South African Communist Party will learn from another fraternal organization, the Chinese Communist Party, which is very clear in its attitude and its policies and action against corruption and things like using state resources and positions for personal or means that's not for public means. Our broader liberation movement has to join the fight against corruption in a way that is unprecedented, because, as the ANC National Policy Conference noted, we are losing moral authority as a result of being tolerant of crooks in our ranks. And if we don't tackle this, the people will be unforgiving. For its stance against state capture and corruption, the South African Communist Party, as well as cadres of the movement broadly, must be prepared to endure insults, intimidation, as well as all kinds of threats. Because those who want corruption to thrive and state capture to thrive are going to fight back, and they will fight back hard. So we must be prepared to endure and fight on until, as a movement of liberation in our country, we have overcome in this regard. The South African Communist Party, together with its tried and tested ally, the ANC, need to mobilize social forces that are truly opposed to corruption, such as the churches, the student organizations, the academics, and all other sectors in our communities. This includes making sure that, first and foremost, the ANC itself succeeds in the fight against corruption so that it can restore its organizational and ideological integrity, a matter which was well discussed over the past weekend. So all of us, comrades, as patriots and citizens of our democratic republic, must ensure that we win the war against corruption and state capture, so that we use the state effectively to win the war against poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Let us demonstrate that we can succeed. Let us renew our movement and our efforts to lead our people well. Let us rebuild our alliance. And it is in this regard that I wish this Congress a pleasant and successful deliberations. And we await the outcome of this Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade Makura, Premier of Gauteng. Comrades, please, we are behind time. I'm going to invite the Provincial Secretary of Gauteng briefly so that you feel welcomed, so that those who have wallets that are not theirs can feel welcomed and bring them forward.
Amanda! Amanda! Viva SACP, viva! Thank you very much, National Chair. Comrades, very briefly, and as the Chair said, we don't have time. In that regard, on behalf of our Provincial Executive Committee, we are deeply pleased and feel honored to have hosted the 14th National Congress. But to all our guests, our General Secretary, Comrade Leighton Zimande, the entire leadership of the Central Committee, to all our guests, and they will be acknowledged, international and local, to all of you delegates, feel most welcome to Gauteng Province, and we are confident that you will have a good stay, a good time in the province of Gauteng. Before I sit down, comrades, I would like to just leave you with a quote from Karl Marx, which I think is consistent with the theme that we have adopted for this 14th National Congress. Let me read what Karl Marx said, open quote. No social order ever disappears before all productive forces for which there's room in it have been developed. And new higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society itself. Therefore, mankind always set itself only such tasks as it can solve. Since looking at the matter more closely, we will always find that the task itself arises only when the material conditions necessary for its solution already exist, or are at least in the process of formation. We wish this Congress will rise to the occasion placed before us by Karl Marx on concrete conditions. You are most welcome, comrades. Thank you very much.
Comrade Bob, can you sing that song so that we can allow the General Secretary to address the Congress?
Viva the SACP, viva! Viva the African National Congress, viva! Viva COSATU, viva! Viva SANCO, viva! Viva the YCN Ufasimba, viva! Amandla! Phansi nokwebiwa kwempahla kahulumeni, phansi! Phansi ne-state capture, phansi! Phansi namagupta, phansi! Forward to socialism, forward! Amandla! Comrade Isaac Mthu. That's no more. We don't have much time. You have a wonderful way, Comrade Bob, of singing this song. But we'll do that at the end. Let me start by greeting Comrade Zowal, the National Chair of the SACP, and all the SACP officials and members of the Central Committee who are here today. Comrade Jesse Duarte, the Deputy Secretary General of the ANC, and all the members of the National Executive Committee who are here. President of COSATU, Comrade Stumo, and the General Secretary, Comrade Ubheki, and all members of the COSATU CEC, and also the leaders of the many affiliates that I'm seeing here today. And of course, the rest of the officials of COSATU. Comrade Usikhumbuza Ngakamboni, General Secretary of SANCO, and members of the NEC of SANCO, ministers, deputy ministers, and members of parliament who are here, Comrade David Makura, the Premier of Gauteng, and thank you very much for your wonderful message. ANC and SACP stalwarts and veterans, you are most welcome. We are where we are because of the route that you have traveled first. We appreciate the fact that you accepted our invitation to be with us here. Tabzo. Our international guests and members of the diplomatic corps, we are also most welcome. And as well as our special guests from the broad democratic movement in our country, all of you who are here, academics and members of the media. Now, Comrade Jeremy, as a modern communist, I mustn't also forget to greet my Facebook friends. Where are they? Look at them. Lots of them. We network and debate behind your backs because you have not joined Facebook. And I don't belong to this generation of what is called BBTs, born before technology. But most importantly, comrades, I honestly, on behalf of the Central Committee, would like to greet our delegates from our various structures, the provinces, the districts, and the branches. You are most welcome here, and this is your Congress. And of course, we must thank Comrade Jacob and the leadership of the SACP in the Gauteng province for having been wonderful hosts. Comrades, we have titled our report today, which is the political report, by the way, of the Central Committee to Congress, under the theme Advance, Deepen, and Defend the National Democratic Revolution. And then we say the vanguard role of the SACP. That's our theme. By the way, excuse me, comrades, with my voice. I'm just trying to ward off flu. And I must, Comrade Jesse, I must put squarely the blame of this flu on my attendance at the ANC National Policy Conference. Very cold Nazareth, unforgiving. This 14th SACP National Congress takes place at an exceptionally challenging time for our society, for the South African working class, and for the broad popular forces of our country. I can't say cheers when I'm starting with challenging times. The major democratic and constitutional breakthrough of the early and mid-1990s, the first phase of our national democratic revolution, which had promised so much, is now under threat of erosion and reversal. These challenges impose a significant responsibility on this 14th National Congress. We, the delegates to Congress, are representing more than 250,000 of SACP members, by far the largest membership ever in the 96-year history of our party. It is a membership that has grown by leaps and bounds over the past 1 year. And this is no accident. It is testament to the public role the SACP has been playing over the past decade, and particularly in the recent period. However, as delegates to this Congress, we're not only representing the interests of the SACP. A wide array of non-communists in the ANC, COSATU-SANCO alliance, in trade union formations in COSATU and beyond, as well as many other patriotic South Africans who perhaps in the past have been dismissive of or even cynical about the SACP, all are now looking with some hope and anticipation at our Congress. Why? It is an open secret, admitted by itself, that our leading alliance partner, the ANC, is threatened with serious decline, buffeted as it is by factionalism, moneyed patronage networks, and corporate capture. As captured by the NEC report to the policy conference presented by the Secretary General. The internal crises affecting the ANC have begun to impact on its electoral performance, with a very steep decline in support, much of it due to a voter stay away in many of our core mass bases. If the current trajectory is not reversed, the ANC is unlikely to pass the 50% mark in the elections in 2019. Its ruling party role will therefore be challenged by one or another opportunistic coalition of current opposition parties, as has already happened in many of our major metropolitan cities. Much, but not all of this popular decline is related to the almost daily revelation of, I must say, embarrassing scandals involving highly placed ANC politicians in government, and particularly those who have been entangled with the notorious Gupta empire, including the president's own family, unfortunately. The phenomenon of state capture of critical and sensitive state organs and state-owned enterprises by a web of parasitic capitalists has created a parallel shadow state, or even, as some leading academics have argued, a silent coup. Don't come and tell us, as the SACP, that we have done nothing about monopoly capital. We have led principled struggles against banking monopolies. We did not start to call for the transformation of the banks when the Gupta's bank accounts were being closed down. We waged that struggle so that the financial sector in our country can serve millions of workers and the poor who are excluded and not benefiting from this particular system. We must be honest and be open about this without being irritated. The Guptas are not an answer to monopoly capital. In fact, they are two sides of the same coin. They both want to accumulate, the one using your regulatory capitalist regime and the others using looting. Now, we get asked, I think I need to say this at this point on behalf of the Central Committee. We get asked, why are we preoccupied with the family? As Comrade David Makura was saying, if you weaken ESCOM, you weaken Transnet, you weaken the SABC, you weaken the SAA, we have no weapon with which to roll back the power of monopoly capital. You roll back the power of monopoly capital through a combination of two things. One is state power, and secondly, it's popular power. What also state capture is doing is corrupting our organizations. Money-based factionalism, because there is mutual dependence between these parasites and factions in our movement who want to capture our organizations, deliver them to these parasites so that they accumulate and bring back money to drive factionalism inside our institution. And through that, our own ability to lead popular forces to transform our country is weakened. We only visit our people once in 5 years when we are going for elections. Now, these are one of the critical issues facing this Congress. Unfortunately, as we all know, these things that the report is mentioning are not only limited to the national sphere alone. We'll be making a mistake. In many localities, managed factions gatekeep over branch participation and actively read membership audits. That's why this notion that the become a cliche, frankly. It's become a cliche. Often amandla in regional and district leadership, both players, who control these branches, and also who control who can get into that branch or not. That's a fact. Now, one of the key challenges of this Congress, how do we revitalize our movement, our alliance? But also, this poses a question to our own branches as the SACP. Are our branches in dynamic and organic and lively interaction with our communities, or we ourselves are preoccupied with palace politics in the alliance? Are our VD-based branches working? Those are the questions we have to face here, ourselves as the South African Communist Party. Now, but we must not be pessimistic. This negative picture is also countered by the fact that there is growing recognition from within the ANC, the SACP, COSATU and SANCO, or the ANC Parliamentary Caucus, or provincial and regional structures, or from veteran stalwarts, and many genuine, we underline, genuine MK veterans. We underline from many genuine MK veterans. As well as, if you take the ANC's own policy conference, there is resistance to these pathological developments within our movement. That's positive. Comrade David, we agree with you. We must never give up to fight against these pathological developments. We appreciate the stance of some of the MPs of the ANC. Mvelasa, if those MPs did not stand straight, we will still have this rot that is in the South African Broadcasting Corporation today. And that's the ANC we know, and we want those ANC MPs to continue to do that work in order to keep the ANC flag flying high. Now, this resistance has both borne in spread and boldness. That's what at least gives the Central Committee of the party some comfort. Now, but the question remains, is this growing wave of resistance from within the ANC and the alliance against parasitic patronage networks and state capture sufficient to enable the ANC itself at its December 2017 National Conference to make a decisive break with the current trajectory? All of this remains uncertain. And this fluid, uncertain, and frankly dangerous reality presents key challenges for this Congress. We now should shoulder a major responsibility as the SACP for the advanced deepening and defense of the NDR. Hence our theme, what is the vanguard role of the SACP in the National Democratic Revolution? Without saying we are replacing the ANC, but what's our vanguard role? My mic has disappeared. Okay. I don't know whether it's my voice or a misplaced microphone. Now, how do we play this role without overreaching, without exaggerating our own strengths, but equally without failing to rise to the demands and responsibility of the situation? Some comrades don't like this debate, but it's a fact. South Africa needs the ANC. South Africa needs the African National Congress. Amongst the biggest achievements of the ANC has been to unite the African majority in this country. A very important foundation in building a new South African nation. But what happens if the ANC disappears and is unable to rescue itself? Where will we be, all of us? What would that require? What would that need? Because in terms of what we are seeing now, there is potential, but at the same time, there seems to be no realization. You know, when some of our comrades say, let the rand fall so that we will rise up with the economy, you just despair. You just despair. Are we serious about realizing that we've been graded at a junk status by a number of international rating agencies? We may not like them. And also, it's as if we take it for granted that the people will always look positively towards our ANC and our alliance. That's a very important question, comrades, and we urge this Congress to debate this frankly and honestly. And we must not be populist at any point in time as the South African Communist Party. Now, what does this mean? It means a critical sub-theme of this Congress, we suggest, needs to be strategic consistency, analytical alertness, and tactical flexibility. I want to repeat this. It means the sub-theme of this Congress must be strategic consistency, analytical alertness, tactical flexibility. Reminds me of what Comrade Chris Hani used to say that the Communist Party must build post-1990 must be an agile, flexible, and adaptable Communist Party. That is what we need. What is the future of our alliance? In asking this question, we should bear in mind that the alliance, comrades, is not and should not be a marketplace, not a transactional arrangement primarily concerned with wheeling and dealing over deployment, important as deployment may be. It is not even a coalition for that matter. This is an alliance that was forged in struggle over many decades. It's an alliance in which at different times the ANC has helped to rescue the SACP from narrow sectarian tendencies. We would like to admit this. But similarly, at many other times, it is the SACP that has played a critical vanguard role in helping the ANC to overcome major crises. We have learned from each other, we have assisted each other over the years. Uniquely, in international terms, the alliance between two political formations in the alliance, the ANC and the SACP, involves and has involved since the late 1920s overlapping dual membership. This is not to suggest that this is a necessarily permanent reality, or that dual membership might not be abused to hem in and marginalize the independence of the SACP. Indeed, there have been abuses here. And we must say at this Congress, these abuses of the SACP must come to an end. The time for that is over. The alliance mode of operation since 1994 has exhausted itself. If we are to revitalize the alliance, we have to relook completely at the way in which we work. Comrades, we don't want to be seen to be complaining about deployments, but we find it objectionable that the ANC can sit on its own in Northwest and fire the provincial secretary of the South African Communist Party as if there was no alliance. We object to this. This thing cannot continue. If it continues, then it means there are people who are deliberately wanting to kill this alliance. And this Congress must stop lamenting, must say what must happen. Irrespective of who leads the African National Congress, who leads COSATU, who leads SANCO, we must say what must happen, because it's these things that have also allowed our allies to actually be subjected to the worst forms of factionalism. That must change. And cheers to that. Now, so what posture must the SACP strike in the current fluid situation? The outgoing Central Committee has expressed consistently deep concern at the state of affairs, as we have said, of the ANC. At the same time, we have committed to rebuild the ANC on the basis of the principal shared program of action. This is an ANC, a people's movement. It does not belong to factions. This is an ANC that we as communists have helped to build over generations. We will not push the ANC off the cliff, but nor will we allow the ANC to be pulled off the cliff by those in the ANC whose greed and recklessness are carrying the ANC, and indeed our country, headlong towards the edge. It is difficult to predict with certainty what will happen over the coming 6 months, which is why we say that this will require of the SACP strategic consistency. What do we mean by that? Not free-floating opportunism or short-term emotional responses. Analytical alertness, what do we mean by that? What Lenin described as the capacity to provide a concrete analysis of the concrete conditions, and not be locked into mouthing timeless platitudes about the class struggle in general. Tactical flexibility means the ability not to be caught flat-footed while still being guided by strategic consistency. There is an African proverb that goes like this, I quote, "If you want to go quickly, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together." Is it? If you want to go quickly, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. But together with whom? Together with whom? The fundamental question, perhaps, may not be the SACP's relation to state power or with the ANC, but the party's relationship to the working class and popular masses in general. Historically, this relationship has been considerably deepened by our alliance with the ANC. But whether this will persist is now increasingly an open question, and we must be prepared for different eventualities. These then are among the challenging intra-alliance dynamics that this Congress must help to analyze and to provide resolution on clear directions forward that must leave the SACP neither flat-footed nor isolated in sectarian purity, nor strategically opportunistic. Now, as we address these critical intra-ANC alliance issues, we must be careful, though, of not becoming over-preoccupied with them at the expense of the wider reality. Let us never forget, which is why we are raising these issues, because we are concerned about our capacity to drive a national democratic revolution. But the wider picture against which these alliance developments are taking place is at a time when the lives of the working class, of the rural and urban poor, and of significant numbers of the middle strata have become increasingly precarious. Despite major redistributive efforts since the democratic breakthrough of 1994, including 17 million social grants, subsidized housing for the poor, close to 100% school enrollments, and major improvements in access to water and sanitation, the triple crisis of unemployment, poverty, and inequality persists. In some respects, it has worsened. Stats SA, Statistics South Africa, most recent data indicate that in the first quarter of 2017, a further 48,000 jobs were lost, adding to the 9 million unemployed. The narrow definition of unemployment is now 27.7%, and the unemployment rate among youth is at catastrophic levels. The household debt crisis is equally grave. It impacts upon the poor and the middle strata, not least the much vaunted new black middle classes. By the way, the new black middle classes who have no inherited assets owe their precarious toehold in a suburban lifestyle to high levels of indebtedness. Iyakweleta le middle class yethu la eMzansi. Yingaki idlelwa nezindlu, idlelwa neemoto. To the standard triple crisis list of unemployment, inequality and poverty, a fourth and related scourge must be added. Millions of South Africans live in a state of personal and household insecurity. The criminal justice system is failing poor communities, and particularly women and children. While poverty and insecurity are the daily bread of the majority, a tiny capitalist elite live with excessive wealth. South Africa is notorious for being the most unequal society in terms of income inequality. A recent Deloitte survey of CEOs and chief financial officers at the top 100 JSE-listed companies found that on average, they were getting a total pay package of 17.9 million rands a year, or about 69,000 rands a day. 30 years ago, the ratio of an executive salary to that of a worker in South Africa was around 50:1. Now it is 500:1. And remember here, the class composition is between executives and those who are likely to actually have employment. So we are not comparing these executives to the unemployed. We are just comparing them to those workers who are likely to be having jobs. Why, despite the democratic breakthrough and despite an impressive redistributive effort by our government, why have these obscene levels of class inequality with strong racial, gendered, and geographical overtones worsened. The documents tabled at Congress seek to provide answers to this question, while encouraging further debate and discussion. Above all, of course, we need not just to diagnose, but also to ask and answer the quick question: what is to be done? At the broader strategic level, the answer is, as far as the SACP is concerned, a second radical phase of the national democratic revolution. But what do we mean by a national democratic revolution? Is this just a tired recitation of an old slogan, or does the concept of an NDR hold real and relevant meaning? We submit that it still holds real and relevant meaning, as we will try to outline just now. After a prolonged revolutionary struggle, the 1994 democratic breakthrough in South Africa finally abolished the institutions of white minority rule with their origins in centuries of colonial domination. This radical rupture, which we would like now to characterize as a first radical phase of the NDR, laid the basis for a democratic dispensation with a progressive, non-racial constitutional order. Since 1994, the SACP has been actively campaigning for a new push, a second radical phase of the struggle to advance and deepen the national democratic revolution on the basis of the bridgehead of 1994. We have consistently argued that without urgently opening up this new front of struggle, without an uninterrupted second radical advance, the gains of the first phase would be threatened. The liberation credentials of the ANC-led movement could be increasingly eroded as memory of the anti-apartheid struggle receded. Popular power might be dissipated into passive expectation of state delivery or individual consumerism, or at best fragment into thousands of localized and sectoral protest actions. Any undue pause, we have further argued, would allow South African-based private monopoly capital, historically sheltered behind colonial and white minority rule, to regroup. All of these likely tendencies, we said, would leave the structural legacy of apartheid colonialism and the socio-economic crisis affecting the majority of South Africans largely intact. In other words, unless we begin to do something else, the gains we've made over the past 23 years are under threat. Now, it's correct to say in 2017, these observations of ours have been proven correct. Does this mean that the strategic concept of an NDR is itself inherently flawed? Are national liberation movements inherently bourgeois democratic in nature? Worse still, once in power, after two decades or so, are national liberation movements bound to degenerate? Is the current fragmentation of our own liberation movement inevitable and therefore irreversible? These have long been the arguments, by the way, of an anti-ANC and anti-SACP left, as well as of liberal forces who regard the national question as irrelevant. These are very important questions for the Communist Party. They're not just theoretical, they are practical, programmatic, and strategic questions that needs to be answered. To help answer these questions, one important step is to try very quickly to revisit the historical roots of our strategic perspective of a radical NDR. So that we understand where we are and even possibly why we were where we are. Mongameli Makwai, sifike kanjani la sikhona? Maybe in a answer. Now, a brief revisiting of the history behind the concept of an NDR is all the more relevant in this year of 2017, which is the centenary year of the Bolshevik October 1917 revolution. Perhaps the greatest and most enduring legacy of the Bolshevik revolution on the South African struggle relates to the national question. Moreover, this 14th Party Congress will elect a central committee that will take the SACP to the centenary of our party in 2021. It is therefore appropriate that we use the occasion of this 14th Congress to begin to reflect once more on the long road we've taken, building on a proud Bolshevik legacy. In brief, at the Second Congress of the Communist International in 1920, there was a commission on the national and the colonial question, in which Lenin and the Indian communist M.N. Roy played leading roles. In his report back to Congress on the commission's work, Lenin wrote, and I quote, "We have discussed whether it would be right or wrong in principle and in theory to state that the Communist International and the Communist parties must support the bourgeois democratic movement in backward countries. As a result of our discussion, we have arrived at a unanimous decision to speak of the national revolutionary movement rather than of the bourgeois democratic movement." Comrade Sidney Farmer, you are isolated. We are reporter Lenin from a commission Congress, a committee, that maybe we should not characterize these national movements in developing countries as bourgeois democratic. Maybe actually they are national revolutionary movements. Why? But you can see from here where the origins of this idea of a national democratic revolution comes from. Then Lenin, as I say why, Lenin goes on to explain that the idea of a national revolutionary movement was advanced to distinguish between two diverging tendencies within national liberation struggles. The one national revolutionary, the other a bourgeois democratic reformist tendency. Which he then continues to say, quote, "If we speak of the bourgeois democratic movement, we shall be obliterating all distinctions between the reformist and the revolutionary movement. Yet that distinction has been very clearly revealed of late in the backward and colonial countries. It was for this reason that the Comintern urged communist parties in countries like India and China to work closely with and help to radicalize the national democratic tendency in the anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggle. When the SACP, as the CPSA then, the Communist Party of South Africa, was formed in July 1921, same time as the Communist Party of China, the socio-economic context was different in South Africa to that prevailing in India and China. Because India and China had overwhelmingly peasant majority populations. At that point, for nearly half a century, much of the Southern African region had already been plunged into a massive process of monopoly capitalist-driven transformation. Rapid industrialization centered on the diamond fields around Kimberley, and then gold fields in the Witwatersrand. These drew huge inflows of private monopoly capital from the imperialist centers. There were major investments in mines and also in rail and port infrastructure connecting the mining hinterland to the colonial ports, which, by the way, is the legacy that colonialism left us with. I don't know what is these positive aspects of colonialism we must be speaking about. they left us with a disconnected African continent that has no transport connections within itself, but connects to the sea in order to take our mineral resources away to Europe and North America. The Anglo-Boer War, or the South African War, the largest armed conflict of its time, forcibly consolidated disparate states, establishing the Union of South Africa in 1910. Above all, this massive capitalist-driven industrial revolution transformed the hard-pressed African peasantry and traditional African societies, impoverishing them, but most importantly, it produced the working class, which was a very distinct feature of a developing country like South Africa. Our own early Communist Party right from the word go, waged the struggle against mining monopoly capital. We don't like this thing of being lectured about monopoly capital by people we don't know, who were not even here when we were fighting against the brutal colonial apartheid regime. Since 1921, the SACP struggle has been against monopoly capital of one form or the other. See, discovering a monopoly capital only today. And we don't know this notion of white monopoly capital. That we might have flattered it with it does not justify that some Bell Pottinger firm from the UK has now used this as a cliche to try and justify looting in our country. Where my delegates, let's not sloganeer around these things. Let's put content into them, using this Congress and beyond. Now, to summarize a long story that is here, in 1929, the South African Communist Party adopted a resolution that had been proposed by the Communist International. In essence, saying to South African communists, your struggle for socialism is integrally linked with the struggle to fight against the national oppression of the majority. They are not separate struggles. You must fight it together. You also go and work with emergent nationalist organizations. That's when this alliance of ours actually starts. In 1929, initiated by the South African Communist Party, which also, by the way, puts a burden on us as the party about the future of this alliance. But there have always been two tendencies in the liberation movement. Always. Much of the first half of the 20th century, the ANC, for instance, held a broadly progressive but essentially liberal reformist perspective of the nature of the national struggle. Ingako le ANC yakudala used to send delegations to England and all that to try and argue our case. It was not until the struggles of the working class of the 1940s also had an impact in radicalizing the ANC itself, starting with the adoption of the program of action of the ANC Youth League. And the ANC increasingly moved towards a more radical approach and also embraced the Freedom Charter, which was actually adopted by the Congress of the People in 1955. We must also remember there have always been in the ANC a tension between more narrowly nationalist and more bourgeois reformist tendencies on the one end, and more progressive left-leaning tendencies on the other. In 1962, the SACP, in its program, The Road to South African Freedom, reaffirmed the revolutionary national democratic nature of the South African struggle. And the SACP in 1962 introduced the important concept of colonialism of a special type to refer to the South African situation. Now here that then things also become more important. The crucial ANC 1969 Morogoro Conference, which marked a critical turning point after the major strategic defeat suffered by our movement in the mid-1960s, in effect reaffirms Lenin's distinction between a bourgeois democratic revolution and national revolutionary movements. Its strategy and tactics ka 69, I quote, "Our nationalism, which ANC, must not be confused with chauvinism or narrow nationalism of a previous epoch. It must not be confused with the classical drive by an elitist group among the oppressed to gain ascendancy so that they can replace the oppressor in the exploitation of the mass," unquote. We never fought the struggle to liberate this country in order to hand over our economy to a family known as the Guptas and call that liberation. Actually, it's an affront. It's a very serious affront to our movement. Just as, by the way, Morogoro also emphasized that ours was not to hand over power from a black elite, from a white elite, to a black elite. That's why we also find this concept of white monopoly capital quite strange. Because it's as if we have got black monopoly capital, then South Africa will be liberated. Now, I'm trying to move a little bit quicker. My fellow secretary will excuse me for jumping here and there because we had in the Central Committee. Let me quote Morogoro for the last time. "We do not underestimate the complexities which will face a people's government during the transformation period, nor the enormity of the problems of meeting the economic needs of the mass of the oppressed people. But one thing is certain, in our land, this cannot be effectively tackled unless the basic wealth and the basic resources are at the disposal of the people as a whole and are not manipulated by sections of individuals, be they white or black." In short, Morogoro, while recognizing likely difficulties, did not see these as reasons to abandon the strategy of a radical national democratic revolution. Now, a bit about the 1994 democratic breakthrough, because we are trying to say, where are we coming from, and therefore, how do we understand the current challenges? There was a debate, by the way, immediately after April 1994 in our movement about the meaning of 1994. Our message as the SACP's Central Committee, we said the struggle continues. By the way, there was a debate even inside the party because Comrade Joslov was a little bit irritated. Why are we having an African communist with a big thing outside saying, "I luta continua"? Hasn't things changed? But also inside the movement, there were those who were saying, "Free at last." With Maibuya's cover, for instance, with the union buildings. Optimism, of course, important. But buried beneath this was the meaning, debate about the meaning of 1994. Now, the first post-apartheid decade and a half since 1994, which we see as the first phase of our NDR, we argued that this phase was constituted by the radical breakthrough in the 1994 to 1996 period, which saw the abolition of institutions of white minority rule and a progressive institution, as I have said, put in place. And we had said the second phase should have started immediately. And we argued that the landslide 1994 ANC electoral victory, the unextinguished popular and working class struggle traditions at the time that had made negotiated transition possible in the first place, and the fact that South Africa based private monopoly capital, given its deep complicity with white minority rule, was off balance. That was our view. With 1994 victory, they were off balance. And therefore, we needed to move with speed on the front of economic transformation. We then were guided by our slogan we adopted in 1995, socialism is the future, build it now, because we saw the taking forward of the National Democratic Revolution with strong socialist type measures, not pursuing socialism by the ANC, as others used to say to us, but to say, for us as the SACP, we need strong socialist type measures if we are to drive economic transformation, for example. Unfortunately, it was not to be, because we also had another debate after 1996, especially after the adoption of GEAR as the economic policy. We felt that as South Africa, we were more or less modeling ourselves around a kind of a third way, as was pursued at the time by your Tony Blairs, your Bill Clintons. In fact, we regard Obama as the last of your third way leaders in the West. Big debates inside the alliance around where we actually need to go. But at least there were debates. At least there were debates. Not these attempts now to shut debates down in order to impose particular views and issues. Now, deindustrialization, growing employment precariousness, deepening inequality, and the flow of migrants has been the terrain on which populist, rhetorically anti-establishment right and extreme right-wing political parties and personalities have searched electorally within the US. Global capitalism is in a crisis, especially its neoliberal model, which is leading to the emergence of these populist figures. Who thought that the United States could both elect an Obama and immediately after that a Donald Trump? That was the background, comrades, on the NDR and some of the challenges we faced. But we want to move closer to the current period. How did we get where we are now? Let's brief touch on the Polokwane moment. After 1994, there were consistent efforts from within the ANC and ANC-led movement to counter this, which we call the neoliberal third way project, which we had termed the 1996 class project. These efforts came to a head in Polokwane, and one of the perspectives of the upheaval that occurred at this point was the assertion that the ANC is the strategic political center. Who is the strategic political center? Is it the ANC or the alliance? At face value, and for many, these assertions of the strategic primacy of the ANC-led movement represented an attempt to reassert the democratic and mass-based movement character of the ANC. However, if truth be told, let's go back and look at Polokwane soberly. Not with, what is this colored what? rose-colored glasses. In practice, the Polokwane moment involved a marriage of convenience, or perhaps an unholy alliance, of the broad left anti-neoliberal bloc with demagogic forces for whom the accession of the ANC as the strategic political center was a move to displace incumbents in the state with their own, in order to advance an even more aggressive parasitic rent-seeking agenda. These latter forces identified patronage-based mobilization within the ANC as the soft underbelly from which to capture strategic positions within the state. But some of them are gone now, in the form of the EFF. Oh, Madima, they were not fighting with us because we shared the same broad economic or political perspective. They wanted to replace those who were in power so that they themselves can come in and eat. So Polokwane came to pass. And then there was the first Zuma-led ANC administration. We're coming closer to these issues. In the first Zuma-led administration between 2009 and 2014, there was a relative balance of forces between the divergent agendas that had come together in a marriage of convenience at Polokwane. In some sectors, health with a major shift on AIDS, trade and industrial policy, state-led infrastructure spend, recalibrating competition policy as a means to leverage economic transformation, a greater emphasis on vocational training. Space was opened up for progressive advances, including developing a better working relationship between the state and social movements. By the way, we must not be misunderstood. There are many sane comrades in the African National Congress. Ama-comrades at angawona makomanisi kodwa who have an interest of our people at heart. We must not be misinterpreted as if there are no such people in the African National Congress. Many of whom, by the way, who are fed up about these parasitic patronage networks. However, in terms of sustaining and rebuilding the ANC-led movement's capacity to mobilize, the key motive forces, these and other positives in state development, coincided with the weakening of COSATU, unfortunately, partly as a result of the global economic downturn and resultant retrenchments. Also on the side of the SACP, there was a loss of momentum in terms of active working class and popular mobilization, a failure to sustain very successful financial sector campaign, for instance. Deployment advances in some sectors noted above, however, were always and surely deliberately held in check by other deployments in the 2009-2014 administration. A related question that this Congress must... communists, by the way, have always been in government since 1994. This idea that it's this current leadership that is in government, as if before there was no Joe Slovo, there were no Jeff Katebes, there were no many other communists who were serving. Here is Kumalo, the Ronnie Castrils, who was in our Politburo and served as a minister. But at the same time, we need to ask the question, has the deployment since 2009 tended to strengthen or weaken the party, deployment into government? We must be frank about that, which is what also this document is trying to pose this question. Now, we need to discuss this in this Congress. We know there are many communists who are serving in the government. Important Important advances were made in the 2009 administration, but the constraints that we've noted above meant that the structural problems within the political economy were not radically and systematically addressed. Where there was significant massification of programs, like the 17 million social grants reaching some 10 million beneficiaries, and the largest rollout of antiretrovirals in the world, critical gains were achieved. The floor of poverty was lifted, and there have been significant and rapid gains in life expectancy. While these were absolutely essential interventions, they were not inherently transformative. That's the issue we need to face. In other cases, where there were significant budgetary allocations, like in the major state-led infrastructure build program, for instance, much of it had been spent on what, as the SACP, we believe, were non-transformative vanity projects to Shomkulu, like the 2010 FIFA World Cup Stadium and other related infrastructure. We are still of the view that includes the Gauteng Freeway Infrastructure Program, the King Shaka International Airport, and the Gautrain. We have not changed our view. But Makura, as Premier, you must know, as the SACP, we are concerned that the Gautrain only goes to former white areas and connects the airport, Sandton, Tshwane. Where is the connection to a Dobsonville? So, to Katlehong, for instance. Now, it's coming. We'll hold you on to that you said it. In the first Zuma-led ANC-led administration, with the establishment of a Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission, there was progress in reorienting state-led infrastructure spending into a more coordinated and integrated approach. However, and unfortunately, weaknesses and parasitic activities in key state-owned companies and in different spheres of governments constrained the potential impact. The massive overspending at Nkandla through corrupt means symbolized both the continuation as well as the personalization of the Vanishing Project phenomenon. Siyazi ke tisho mkhulu, unfortunately bakususa sadila nalento yasenkandla. Sakubona izolo ebusuku nika ama-awards e-PSL. Uthe uComrade uNcesi usezoba namathikithi manje njengoba uMinister of Sport. Sifike sizowacela, but unfortunately uzobe phetha we-Pirates amaningi. As for social infrastructure, the mass low-cost RDP and other subsidized housing programs have had the unintended consequence of entrenching apartheid spatial patterns by building working-class housing in peripheral locations far from work and other resources. And this has served simply to reproduce working-class marginalization and black poverty. The Gauteng Signature Housing Project, the mixed-income Cosmos City development, was targeted at both subsidized housing for the working class and poor and mortgaged houses for the emergent black professional and other middle strata. However, only a small percentage of the original beneficiaries, owners, are still staying in their houses as a result of the enormous cost of transport because of its location. The subsidized houses are being sold at far below the cost to the state of their construction as the original beneficiaries move out. There are also wide-scale bank repossessions of mortgaged houses in Cosmos City, with auctioning off sales on average fetching 30% less than nominal market value. By the way, the question we need to ask ourselves as the SACP Are South Africa's urban areas having a housing problem or a cash problem? Why this sale of houses built by government? What is the manifestation of? This demand for more houses, is it really because there is a huge housing crisis or there is an income crisis? Let me put it that way. I think it's a question that deserves to be interrogated. I'm not providing an answer. I'm just merely asking that as a matter of interest. Other potentially critical pillars of a radical second phase of the NDR, like the state-led industrial action program, have simply not received the scale of funding that would enable a qualitative step change. In some cases, the worst ravages of neoliberal-driven deindustrialization and job losses have been halted. And some level of employment stabilization has remarkably been achieved in a sector like clothing and textiles, indicating what could be achieved more widely if there was sufficient political will and resources. Public employment programs, while achieving relative massification, are given the extraordinary levels of unemployment nowhere near the scale required and envisaged. By the way, the districts and branches of the SACP needs to come closer to these EPWPs. One day, over the Christmas period, I got about 70 EPWP workers marching to my home, KwaDambuza in Maritzburg. I said, but comrades, why? What have I done now? They say, no, we've been fired. Some of us have been on this EPWP for 5 years. We discovered some of them actually were given these EPWP posts so that they could be runners in the ANC KZN conference. Some of them were no longer that helpful. They are being kicked out. Now, that's just one example of the kind of corruption also that is associated with the EPWP. I've forgotten I'm looking at the former Minister of Public Works, but there's the Deputy Minister of Public Works next to him. We need to be coming close to these things because they can really make a big difference in the lives of our communities. As for land reform, not enough human resources and financial resources. Now, constraining, therefore, serious radical transformation has been the deliberate balancing of forces within Cabinet and the movement and key departmental and SOC deployment. Throughout the first Zuma-led administration, Treasury remained firmly in the grip of a neoliberal orientation. We agree with COSATU. The SACP's partial policy victory at the 2009-2007 Polokwane Conference for the establishment of a state planning organ was watered down into current National Planning Commission, which we think is not as effective as it could have been. It was much more better integrated into state structures. So we note that there have been some advances during the first Zuma administration of a serious kind that we could build on. But post-2014, the picture is changing. State capture then takes off on steroids as the bourgeois democratic tendency degenerates into parasitism. That is the immediate threat that we are facing now. We have seen the dramatic disruption of the pre-existing but always unstable post-Polokwane relative correlation of forces within the ANC and government. And we want to say this as the South African Communist Party, including speaking for myself personally. We feel a betrayal in terms of the understanding we had in Polokwane. That has been betrayed. Our trust has been broken. And we must learn a lesson as the SACP. Unless we root ourselves amongst the people, we can't just freely give trust, which when broken, things go haywire. Personally, njengonzimande, that's how I feel. Mhlambe ningibeka icala na. Nawe nzimande wathemba kakhulu mfowethu. Lenin used to say, no, he used to say the problems of revolutions is not to make mistakes. All revolutions make mistakes. The challenge is whether we are able to identify that as a mistake and act to correct it. Now, one day, if we live long enough, we'll hopefully outstint write a book about this. Since 2014, if truth be told, we have seen a greater boldness and recklessness from this networked tendency associated with accelerated rent-seeking activities based on state capture, increasing signs of a parallel shadow state and a parallel movement, creeping authoritarianism, and an attempt at developing a pseudo-radical populist ideological platform to cover for these activities. Maybe, Comrade Jeremy, the best way to sum up what is here in many parts of the world, if information like the ones that coming out of the emails have, some people would be in jail by now. But nothing is happening. Where is that going to end? Now, it's brazen. It's brazen, the state capture. Unashamed. And we can't only blame the Guptas, we must also blame those who are collaborating with the Guptas from inside our own movement. Now, a parallel shadow state, we have been raising this. We are concerned about security organs. We have been raising this and complaining that we are being listened to as the leadership of the SACP. Silalelelwa. Silalelelwa. Maybe we need to boost our own capacity to collect information as the SACP. Not by having illegal intelligence agencies. I've been reading a very interesting book because I've been trying to look into a number of books and other things to find out why we are where we are. Written by Neil Barnard, who was the last chief of intelligence under de Klerk under apartheid. They took him knowing nothing about intelligence as a professor at the University of the Free State. He said one of the biggest lessons he learned is that 80% of intelligence is already in the public arena. All you have to do is to collect it, analyze it properly. Then it will tell you exactly what's going on in the area in which you are investigating, without having to listen to telephones. He said listening to telephones was just to try and spice up the report so that the senior politicians would read their intelligence report. All those kinds of juicy things that also are being used against us. Comrades, we are concerned that if some of our institutions are broken, we are really going a terrible route. This parallel state, You have bogus cab memos that nobody knows about, that are reported about in the media. You have advisors from outside the state. And growing authoritarianism and violent confrontation. We must not underestimate this. I know Comrade Ugwet and Comrade Jesse, they don't want us like us to talk about this, but we will always talk about it when we're in a particular. If you report your Mpumalanga, our comrades were assaulted in Mpumalanga. Also, Mtembu, we appreciate Umchalo Comrade Willis. We appreciate that he has set up a commission to investigate violence at KZN. But that is normally not a matter for the commission, it's a matter for the law enforcement agencies to actually find and arrest. There is no progress. What does this mean? Comrade Charles, I knew. Now, this is a matter that is of serious concern to us, including these burglaries. At National Intelligence Headquarters, the judges, at the Hawks offices, at the NPA offices. Do we have a state? We must be self-critical. Do we have a state? Then what is to be done? Now, no. Hold it. Hold it. We are not yet in commissions. So some patience. Now, in Northwest, there is a group of thugs who wear T-shirts going around, disrupting meetings of ANC structures that they don't like and SACP structures. They call themselves bang focals. Now, comrades, these are some of the things that really makes us. And then there is this diversionary populist ideological platform. Going to be moving even faster now. In the face of growing public exposure of misdeeds by these parasitic networks, there have been a number of ideological interventions from the parasitic patronage faction. On the one hand, these have involved setting up or attempting to suborn existing ideological apparatuses. The SABC, under its former CEO, Hlaud, taken to the dogs. That thing is dead, is crushed. I don't know how many decades it's going to take us to rebuild the SABC. The Gupta's ANN7 is a joke. I always say, Nkosikazi, we are ibuga le ANN7. I can't even watch that thing. She says, no, it's intelligence. You get a lot of intelligence there. The new age, which was promising when it started. Maybe, Comrade Jeremy, we should go back to say, who owned the name New Age in the 40s? Was it not the Communist Party of South Africa? Maybe we must go and reclaim our name. It's not worth it. State-owned companies. The recent Bell Pottinger operation. I don't want to mention some of the people because it's like we are elevating them. Umqitama is a political mercenary. He will go where he will get money and be paid, like now he's paid by the Guptas. When we were marching to Agri-SA in the early 2000s as the SACP launching our land campaign, he came there with a truck to come and disrupt our march to Agri-SA. And we want to tell him, stop using the name of black people to actually pursue behavior. This is at variance with the values of the black majority in this country. And we must not tolerate this conduct. We mustn't say because it's the media that is being handled roughshod, then it's okay. We've got our own disagreements with the media, but they do not deserve to be treated this way. It's totally unacceptable. We must reject that. Now, I don't know how to place this in English. Those who can translate, what to be Isimba Mkoti ngenza kwethu. Ngalolu hlobo. Kodwa ubuthi uyinsizwa yakwabe nehwango yaphila. Kodwa uyisimba Mkoti ngalolu hlobo. I can't understand this. You know, I was saying this, I don't want to talk about my mother, who I buried recently, Uma Dlamini. But one thing she taught me in life, maybe that's why I'm a communist. She would say, Mtanam, no matter how poor you are, there is one thing of yours that you must know will never be for sale and must never be for sale, is your dignity. Because there is no price you can put into dignity. I'm raising this not because I'm becoming evangelical or I'm not capable of being evangelical in any case. But the fact of the matter is that there is a moral ideological war also that we have to fight as the SACP to reclaim some of our most important values as this movement. Izinto ezas attractor kwi-African National Congress, kwi-SACP na COSATU na PSAN. Now, ironically, given this attempt by this parasitic network to cast itself in radical pseudo-leftist Africanist terms, much of the content narrative for this ideological platform was developed by a UK-based firm called Bell Pottinger, which was actually supporting Margaret Thatcher and other right-wingers. So much for the fight against white monopoly capital. Now, it's very interesting that when certain things happen that do not square up with this narrative, like when the Chinese bank closes the Gupta accounts, and even the Vendor Building Society of late. So that's yellow monopoly capital and small black aspirant sections. So it's not white monopoly capital. There's silence when that happens. Now, over the past several months, this parasitic patronage has sought to recalibrate its public positioning somewhat. While the Gupta family clearly lack in the background in many cases, there's been an attempt to downplay links in this regard and adopt a more radical sounding Africanist posture. However, radical in these quarters is largely rhetorical and is almost entirely focused on advancing narrow black elite accumulation. This very narrow version of BE invokes blacks and generals and Africans in particular, but in effect it is about me and mine specifically. Who of late has been talking about empowering the working class? In all this talk of radicalism, nothing. It's about black elites that should actually be benefiting, which is then the matter that we must take up and discuss in this Congress. Good afternoon, Mkulu. We are welcome, Comrade Khalima Mokani. I I've already spoken about this thing of black monopoly capital is not the answer. And that to talk about white monopoly capital as if black monopoly capital is the answer is also incorrect. Theoretically, as Marxists, by the way, we must discuss the fact that capital has no color. Capitalists have a color. We do not deny that the majority of capitalists in South Africa are white. But capital does not have a color because it's a system of exploitation. Even, by the way, Comrade Sakima Kozoma once said this, and he was very right. He says, hey, comrades, why would you expect us as black capitalists to behave any differently from white capitalists? Because for a song, it's objective. We all want money. And Comrade Saki was speaking the truth. At least he was honest. At least he was honest. We don't want to deny that genuinely broad-based black economic empowerment initiatives can have an important role to play in the NDR. We are not denouncing those. But genuine, honest, and frank. Not this thing of looting the state. The worst form of parasitism. And it's like fronting. It can't be that so-called black economic empowerment today is simply looting public resources, involvement in money laundering, and massive illicit capital outflows to places like Dubai. Progressive, broad-based black economic empowerment cannot be public investment in a dairy farm in Friede that is laundromated through Dubai and morphs into a private wedding party hosted by newly minted post-1994 dubiously naturalized South African citizens who have the audacity to arrive en masse at a national security key point, the Waterkloof Air Base. What an absolute insult to our democratic national sovereignty. We will speak. OR said in Angola in 1994, speak the truth, even if the truth coincides with what the enemy says, but speak the truth. Now, of course, the SACP does not and should not the ANC does and should support using state procurement and targeted tendering to ensure reindustrialization through localization, beneficiation, deconcentration, and the promotion of productive black industrialists. By the way, the concept of the corporation is not the only form of the social organization of industrialists. They are important pillars of any second phase. These are important pillars of any second radical phase. But the current Gupta-type dominant fractions of tender-based capitalists are not productive industrialists. They are parasitic patronage network supported from the highest echelons of the state and armed movement. It is important that the imperative of a radical second phase of the NDR is rescued from the demagogic clutches of the parasitic patronage network. And as the SACP, we have a crucial role to play. I no longer have time to read this immediate next section so that I can move to my closing remarks. But we've circulated our document going to the route. Is it circulated? It's in our documentation. That's where the foundations of our alternative economic trajectory is to be found. I wish I would have had time to actually deal with these matters. What are some of the key features? Which includes fighting patriarchal oppression and patriarchal values, and dealing with the challenges of a segmented labor force, and delinking from your major Western powers. We hear our comrades, they say, go to Parliament, pass a law, or release a charter to change ownership. You're not going to do that overnight. No capitalists that have got their capital here are just going to fold their arms. It requires massive state mobilization and massive working class mobilization. We can't just offer cheap promises and short-term things to our people, including, by the way, education and training and the central role that it plays. Now, comrades, the last section of our political report, which we will release to you, I'm sorry if I have tortured you with this length of speaking. The energy one of the key tasks of this Congress is to update the party program, the South African Road to Socialism. And to look at the key pillars. Just the taste of some of the things that we are raising. That program of ours generally still remains valid. The first issue in SARS is the SACP and state power. We had identified the consolidation of a strategically disciplined national democratic developmental state as a key objective at our last Congress. But we noted certain problematic features about the state. Since 2012, generally, these problematic features have persisted. Even more seriously, as we have noted at length earlier, the parasitic state capture reality has further undermined the developmental capacity of the state. It is for these reasons that as immediate priorities, the SACP has called for an independent judicial commission of inquiry into state capture and must be established immediately. The terms of reference of the commission must be based on the findings of the public protector and must not be so broadened as to render the commission ineffective. The commission must not be a reason to delay the immediate investigation and early prosecution of all those involved in corruption, money laundering, illegal sharing of top secret government information with private parties, and much else that has been exposed by, amongst other things, the Gupta-related email leaks. We at this Congress must call for, as the Central Committee is requesting you to do so, the termination by the state of all dealings with the Gupta-related businesses. Rapid interventions are needed to ensure that good governance is restored to key state-owned enterprises, notably Eskom, Transnet, Prasa, Denel, SAA, as well as the public broadcaster, the SABC, and the South African Revenue Service. Likewise, the disastrous mishandling of the whole social grant payment dispensation and growing evidence of serious corruption in the water sector must be rigorously dealt with. Wemthembu, nobhala wase-KZN. Ngibona ngathi there is something going on with your water authorities in KZN. And I'm told this seems to be happening in the rest of the country. Please come close to that thing. Water is a scarce resource. The party must ensure that we defend those water authorities and that no state capture comes any close towards those water authorities. Abuse and factionalizing of the criminal justice system must be rooted out, notably in the Hawks, the NPA, and the intelligence services. And the covert attempted foisting on our country a costly nuclear procurement deal that we neither need nor can afford must be halted. What about SACP members serving in the executive and in legislatures, including in the municipal councils? While these comrades serve under an ANC mandate in the first instance, over several recent congresses, we have resolved to establish more effective party accountability structures and party discussion forums in legislatures. We report at national level to the Central Committee about our work in government. We must do the same at other levels in order to strengthen our focus on the state. Any assessment of the SACP and the class struggle on the terrain of the state must also take into account the role of key public sector unions and the ability of the SACP to play a supportive role. Again, generally speaking, the relationship between the SACP and POP crew, SATU and NEHAU has been solid with important shared activities, including political education work. Viva POP crew, viva. Viva SATU, viva. Viva NEHAU, viva. The organic links with SAMU and workers, unfortunately, in the municipal sector has been less effective. Let's pay more attention to this. In flagging some of these issues, comrades, we have deliberately not reduced the issue of state power to the question of the SACP's electoral approach to electoral politics. There will be a report that will be given in a discussion that we are also going to be having. There will be a separate session in this regard. Now, delegates will recall that in the opening sections, we said the party must conduct itself guided by strategic consistency, analytical alertness, tactical flexibility. On economic transformation as a site of struggle, we have just noted a few things, comrades. Our economy is not in great shape. This Congress will have to reflect on this and on what is to be done. There is also another very important matter that on something called the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The world is entering an era now where we are going to be having increased use of robots, digitization, and other forms of technology that are actually threatening the existence of the working class. What is to be done? This is a matter that, as the Communist Party, together with the trade union movement, we need to be dealing with. The other thing, comrades, we have waged many struggles, but one big failure on the economic front is to failure to demonopolize our economy. In the financial sector, we won very important struggles. Mzansi account, regulation of the credit bureau, but the banking sector hasn't changed in terms of its systemic features. In the media also, as the SACP, by the way, we have realized that much as we will raise issues with journalists, but that's not the primary struggle to be quibbling with journalists. The primary struggle is to transform the monopoly nature of the media sector. The fact that uSuperSport 4 wako Tishomku, Comrade Tulas now appears a lot more on television because he says he has no competition now in the main news bulletins. He comes during the sports sections of the TV bulletins. Pay TV in South Africa, Kabazela now more Pay TV in South Africa, more than 90% of it is dominated by multi-choice, one company. Comrade EP, help us to get the Competition Commission to investigate this matter because it is unhealthy, it must just be changed. So the struggle for demonopolization, we mustn't just mouth it as a slogan. We need to continue to take up concrete struggles. The workplace, comrades, I'm moving towards ending now, as another terrain of struggle. You know, I have a lot of respect for our trade unions. Workers have a lot of information. Sometimes my problem is that comrades do. You don't process it as much as you should be. It was not till the meeting of the party with SACP officials that I learned that Ellerins has long closed shop. Metro Cash and Carry has long closed shop. Now I've become conscious of the fact that Starterford is closing shop. There are major job losses there. Because I've been wondering, why are we having all these big warehouses that are emerging? Between Joburg and Tshwane, there are these big warehouses. It's online shopping. SACP tells us that 90% of furniture sold in South Africa is imported. No longer South African furniture. And what are the implications in terms of jobs? We really do need to work closely with the trade union movement to attend to workplace problems, the bloodbath, and so on, and how we actually support these struggles. In the area of community struggles, comrades, I'm afraid there are real serious regresses now. And it's strange that we are all regressing because all the alliance partners, maybe with the partial exception of COSATU, are organized in communities. The SACP has branches there, the ANC has branches, SANCO has its civic structures. COSATU used to have locals that would link with communities in one way or the other. But that's where we are seeing some very serious regression. You know, government, by providing water and electricity, relieved women significantly in terms of fetching wood for fire, fetching water in dirty streams, and so on. But a new burden has actually now been sitting on women in our communities, looking after the unemployed and the fact that they are literally being killed through gender-based violence. Protests in our townships have become more violent. How do we explain Vuwani? Where's Limpopo? Where's Limpopo? I can see there were many hands. Where were party structures in Vuwani? When 20 schools, if not more, were banned. We have to ask ourselves these questions because it raises the point I was raising earlier. Are our structures not too much concerned about lists and nominations and all that and forgetting to develop a dynamic relation with our communities? One of the things the party must discuss also is the revitalization of worker community struggles. A trade union just goes on strike forever. There is no community organization even where there is a possibility, Comrade Sydney, of doing that, like we did with Fetis and Monies. The so-called strike in Pietermaritzburg. Were it not for the fact that communities were mobilized by the UDF to support that strike, we would not have at least seen those partial victories, which were important, nevertheless. The Communist Party needs to be actually raising that in terms of community struggles. Xenophobic mobilization. We need to come closer to deal with that problem. On the battle of ideas, comrades, I would say one of the most immediate tasks we have is, I can see engage ideological state capture. Just go and discuss it in our structures in a big way from here and going back to our own Congress. By the way, we want to challenge Comrade Jesse, the ANC, and maybe COSATU and all our allies. It's not healthy that it's only the SACP that has got a theoretical agenda. At least the ANC must have. Of course, we can use the African communists as allies. We would like that. But it's important that on the ideological front, we really do revive theoretical work, especially given the problems that we are faced with. We are also challenging you as the last but one point, comrades. What do we mean by socialism in the 21st century? In the political report, we've outlined some issues, but the Central Committee is of the view that we really need to go back to our programmatic slogan, socialism is the future, build it now. Which means in the struggle to, in fact, you cannot make the second phase of the NDR radical, as I have said, unless we also struggle for momentum, capacity, and elements of socialism in the current period. We are not talking about two stages. We are talking about two interrelated forms of struggle, the National Democratic Revolution and the struggle for socialism. We must both do ideological work, but also practical work. And that must include intensifying the struggle to decommodify basic needs, socializing the ownership function, socializing the management function, democratic planning. And part of that struggle, comrades, is to fight for a more professional public sector and production of patriotic public sector managers. I'm not going to mention names here because igama lomuntu shele. But it's sad when you see young, promising black public sector managers of not so long ago being corrupted to the extent that we are seeing some of the things that are taking place now. Angizusho gama lamuntu. Without a dedicated and professional public service, without that, there can be no developmental state. There can be no second, more radical phase of our transition. That is why we also want our public sector unions to pay particular attention to this. Now, I've been very good because not once, Comrade Cebekulu, have I spoken as a minister. Not once. But let me say something as that. I was saying to Nehao the other day, it doesn't only apply to Nehao. But comrades, I'm trying to protect my public sector managers and as unions, you must protect everybody. We agree with you, we'll support you on that. But yeah, you can no love. Unelu to a minister and Agazela in the nonsense or the next thing we say, we are in a shop straight. Comrades, go back for 7. I think this is very important. It's something that the Communist Party actually needs to take up. We need these patriotic managers who are also incorrigible. Because our public sector managers, every day they are being promised heaven and earth by the parasitic networks, and they start corrupting everything from supply chain management to the management of our institutions and departments. Comrades, as I take this opportunity on behalf of the Central Committee, to thank you as members of the party for having grown the SACP. We're a big organization now. But let's not forget the unintended consequences of growing into a big organization is that quality sometimes suffers. As the Communist Party, we cannot afford sifuna amakomanisi ahabulile. Awukwazi ukuba ikomanisi ungahabulile. And we don't want to see some of these bad tendencies that we see when we are in a party congress. It must show this is a party of committed and disciplined cadres. And something else, by the way, that we've been doing very well. I say it within a talk about the succession. Talk about the succession. The party must renew itself. The party must renew itself. It can't be forever be dependent on the same leaders. What you do or you don't do, at least start a discussion. A very serious and open and honest discussion. None of us here in front are here as permanent furniture. And the work I do in the Communist Party, I'm satisfied that we are producing younger leaders, and also thanks to the Young Communist League, UFASIP, for the work that we are doing. But we want to say, Upo Isaac, Isaac, where are you? I want to say on behalf of the Central Committee, we have been having many challenges, but we want to thank you for your patience and for the hard work. Those who have not worked very hard, we have a chance to catch up, comrades, so that we are able to build this Communist Party. Who was it? Was Funukalele Ngoma Katana. Siyamkhumbula manje lo president uMabunja. Ngalawo magama, comrades, thank you very much.
Mandla, forward to state power, forward. Oliver Tambo, Bambisandla. Oliver Tambo. Oliver Tambo. Oliver Tambo. Sibambunga siyegel. Oliver Tambo. Sibambunga siyegel. Oliver Tambo. Sofike kayubache. Sofike kayubache. Shiyekona, Mahlathini, Silusaka, Sofike ekhaya ubatshe, Sofike makuwe ubheka manje mfowethu uboseli yashona ezintabeni aweza seTanzania Oliver Tambo bambisana Oliver Tambo Oliver Tambo
Amanda, Mata. Comrades, we are going to give Unopala one item, after which we break for lunch. But please, comrades, there's a comrade who claimed the bag here, that it was his. He has not brought back the other one that he may have fetched that doesn't belong to him. Please, comrades, bring that back forward. And those people, comrades, who are still holding the wallet, mayibuye makabani, mayibuye. Ibuye njalo yonke into ikhona.
Amanda, Siyabonga comrades, let's just do these important items, as the chair said, so that we can then break for lunch. First of all, we would like to, these are awards of the SACP. We would like to call upon the president of POPCO, Comrade Uzmelen Klebeku. Samele Klebekulu, to come and give POPCO a special recognition award from the SACP for having been the union that has bought us our first SACP building since 1990. Was the president? Was the president? We've put a nice challenge to the rest of the COSATU affiliates. Comrade George Preface, am I pronouncing it rightly, Ambassador? Is he here? From the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Cuba. They're not here. Okay. Yeah, Lord Quivers. Welcome, comrade. This award, comrades, is to the revolutionary Cuban people, especially to thank them for the medical doctors that have been and are working here in South Africa.
On behalf of the people of Cuba, we would like to express our deep gratitude for the SACP special recognition award, or deep gratitude to the International Brigade of Cuban Doctors for their practice to humanitarian solidarity in many parts of the world, in particular the fight against the Ebola in Western Africa. This award means a greater commitment of the Cuban people to international solidarity. When the first Cuban brigade arrived in Algeria more than 50 years ago, we could not have imagined how much this historical decision would tie the Cuban revolution to other peoples of the South. Today, we can say here that Cuba's commitment to international solidarity is part of the most key principles that has kept our revolution and our socialism alive. This award belongs to the Cuban medical doctors and also to their beloved families and to the entire people of Cuba. I am also convinced that the person who receives such award the most is the greatest medical doctor of the entire Cuban Revolution, the Comandante en Jefe, Fidel Castro Ruz. Long live proletarian internationalism. Long live. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade George. We have two more awards, comrades, we won't be long. The next award is to Comrade Helen Pastors. Helen Pastors. Would like Comrade Yunus just to come to say a few words as Comrade Helen is coming up the stage.
Thank you, comrades. Viva Comrade Helen Pastors, viva! Long live Comrade Helen Pastors, long live! Long live international solidarity, long live! Comrades, I'll be very brief, we're running out of time. Comrade Helen is a Dutch-born Belgian national. But for us, she's primarily South African. Never mind that she's based in Belgium right now. She joined the ANC, Umkhonto we Sizwe Special Operations Unit in Maputo in 1981. She did various reconnaissance and other operations. She had a role in the South African Air Force operation in Pretoria in 1983 May. She was inside the country facilitating units to come into the country for MK Special Ops when she was detained in 1986. 85. In 86, she served 8 months in detention in solitary confinement where she was severely tortured and suffered epileptic fits. And while she was in fact in prison, she was given the European Woman of the Year award. But even more importantly, she served a good 5 years in prison and was released shortly before unbanning. And in 2011, our state, our government, our ANC decided to give her the Order of the Companion of Oliver Tambo Award. So this is Helen Pastors. We are delighted to have you, and I think our General...
Thank you. This is a complete surprise, and I don't really deserve it. I thank in the first place the leadership of this tremendous party that has really carried us, inspired us all this time in the struggle. And I'm not a real good speaker now, but what I would like to say I love you, comrades, all of you. I love your energy, I love your commitment, I love your ideals, which are also mine. And I know you'll put the country right again. You know, I know you'll do it, you'll succeed. And the struggle continues. Amandla!
This is a true internationalist, comrades. The last award is the highest honor that gets given by the SACP to any person that we regard as having contributed enormously in any part of the world, including our country, whether a member of the party or not, to peace and progress. Austin, can we please ask you to come to the stage on this one? We won't keep you for long. If you could join us. Icherga put Chrisland. This is a This is the Chris and Peace Award. That's our highest award. Just to give you an idea, past recipients has been Comrade Nelson Mandela, Comrade Albertina Sisulu, Comrade Fidel. This is our highest award. This time we decided that we will award it posthumously to Comrade Oliver Tambo. Thank you, comrades. We understand, Comrade Dali. Oh, he's right here. Oh. We don't have to talk about OR, comrades. Honestly, we all know him. Amongst other things, he served with how many general secretaries of the party? 3. He served for a long time as president, which, by the way, always insisted that he must be called acting president of the ANC, because there was Albert Lutulu, who then passed away in the late 60s, but even then, we are told he would insist, unless there is a proper election of a new president, I'll always be acting president. Of course, Oliver Tambo was not acting president, was indeed the president of the African National Congress. We're doing this, Comrade Dali, because OR was so central in the building, the maintenance of this alliance under the...
You're watching the news at 1. Thanks so much for staying with us, and we welcome back our DSTV4 viewers. Now, the manufacturing sector remains in a recession, but production in the sector shrunk to a lesser extent in May compared to the year-on-year reading the month before. Statistics South Africa says manufacturing production decreased by 0.8% year-on-year in May. It shrunk by more than 4% the month before. Analysts say poor domestic demand is hurting the sector and job creation prospects in the sector are bleak.
The low-hanging fruit would be to get our policy house in order, to iron out a lot of the grey areas in the supply side of the economy. And maybe we can start with the mining sector, for instance. You know, the mining charter that was recently gazetted by the Department of Mineral Resources has thrown up a lot of questions over whether or not the industry is a sunset industry, and that unfortunately has knock-on implications for a very linked industry like manufacturing. So I think we need to start showing more commitment by government that they are committed to working with business, and therefore that should start to stimulate confidence, and with confidence comes investment, and with investment hopefully comes growth and activity and employment in the economy, which is what we sorely need.
Public Protector Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane has dismissed suggestions that her remedial action, calling for the Reserve Bank's mandate to be altered, was influenced by people outside of her office. Her remarks come as the Reserve Bank noted her decision not to oppose its application to have her remedial action set aside. The bank says it will proceed with a separate application for the review of the Public Protector's report and what it calls factual inaccuracies. Last month, Mkhwebane said the bank had failed in its duties to protect the public by not ensuring that ABSA repaid an apartheid-era bailout given to failed bank Bancorp. The rand fell nearly 2% on her remarks. Questions have now been raised as to why Mkhwebane put forward the remedial action on the bank's mandate in the first place.
I think if you check my affidavit, I've explained how I came about to this remedial action. The current narrow mandate of the Reserve Bank in the Constitution, because it focuses on the currency protection. Therefore, the lifeboat was issued based on that, because the allegation was if that was not done, it was going to have a run on the banks. So it was purely focusing on that. Therefore, remember the remedial action of the Public Protector, as well as confirmed by the Constitutional Court, and again on the Ombudsman principles. When you issue a remedial action which is appropriate, it needs to be efficient, it needs to address the maladministration, it needs to address the
will need to grapple with, because they're not happy with the current state of the alliance. And if you just listen to what Blade and Nzimande said about what happened in 2007, if you'd remember that they were a vociferous voice supporting Jacob Zuma to become the president when he was contesting against Thabo Mbeki, who was then going for a third term, and saying that President Jacob Zuma should be the one that leads. He believes that marriage was a marriage of convenience, and post the 2007 Polokwane conference, the trajectory has gone downwards, considering that with the initial cabinet that President Jacob Zuma established back in 2009 after being elected president of the country, a lot of communists as well as members of the SACP found their way in government, in the government of President Jacob Zuma. But also quite critical, a question that's in the discussion documents and that was highlighted here by Blade and Nzimande as well, is that the role of SACP members in the executive needs to be assessed. He spoke, for instance, around the issue around Nkandla. If you remember that Thulas Nxesi, who's the former Minister of Public Works, was one of those ministers who issued a report defending President Jacob Zuma, saying President Jacob Zuma is not liable for any of the costs, as well as other findings as well. So he says that the role of the SACP in terms of the executive needs to be assessed. And I saw when I sent out the tweet about what Blade and Nzimande was saying about the overspending of Nkandla, someone then tweeted saying back in 2014 it was Blade and Nzimande who said that the Nkandla stories are lies made up by white people, and now he's singing a different tune. Tell you what, the speaker who immediately spoke after Blade and Nzimande was done with his speech, the first thing that he said was state power, and the crowd, the delegates here, close to about 1.8 thousand delegates chanted with him, saying state power, state power. So it seems as though that there is this overwhelming support to contest the elections, to contest independently. But you remember that Jeremy Cronin said that one of the submissions as a party, as the SACP, that they will make to this Congress is that there shouldn't be too many firm decisions taken on the elections of 2019, considering that the ANC is going to its elective conference. And it will almost seem that it would only be after the outcomes of the elective conference that the party will then consider whether indeed they will go through with the elections. But Nzinga, this is not the first time that the SACP is speaking about contesting the elections. It's been a debate that's been there since 2005, and 12 years on, still no final decision on this matter. Well, certainly, Thabo Mbeki has been invited. He has not arrived yet. Kgalema Motlanthe, the former president as well, remember that he took over after Thabo Mbeki was recalled. He's amongst the delegates here, which is actually quite interesting, considering that how the SACP were against Thabo Mbeki at the time, and even in the discussion documents they speak about the factionalism, saying that the factionalism back in 2007 has never been this worse. And now back in 2017, 10 years later, what has happened with the SACP and what they see unfolding within the government being led by President Jacob Zuma. I spoke to Soli Mapaila about President Jacob Zuma's rule and Thabo Mbeki's rule, and he believes that things were much better under Thabo Mbeki. He says that the quote-unquote, the abuse that they are suffering at the moment is unprecedented. Thank you. Okay, let's see if we can get Kgalema there.
Yeah. No, our condolences go to the Mashinini family. Yeah. No, our condolences go to the Mashinini family. I saw her the last time at Mam Salim Otlana's 90th birthday, and she was, walking with a walking aid, but, we had a chat about the labor movement, and I'm really, sad that we're losing these veterans at a very rapid speed. But otherwise, our condolences, yes. Thank you.
What lessons could be drawn from her life that you think?
Well, she gave her life to the struggle of working people. I mean, she organized the most difficult sector, the commercial sector, at that time, yeah. Thank you.
Perfect. And your family, please.
Yes, no, that's okay, sir. That's okay.
Just a
Yeah.
message of condolences to the Mashinini family and what role Mam Emma has played.
Well, Mom Emma, when I saw the name, I thought, she has played her role. She's old, but we still get hurt when we lose them because she really played a role. I know from the worker struggles, from the
Yeah. No, our condolences go to the Mashinini family. I saw her the last time at Mam.
Family, please.
Yes, no, that's okay, sir. That's okay.
condolences go to the Mashinini family. Mama Emma, I saw her the last time at Mam Salim Otlana's 90th birthday, and she was, you know, walking with a walking aid, but, you know, we had a chat about the labor movement, and I'm really, you know, sad that we're losing these veterans at a very rapid speed. But otherwise, our condolences, yes.
And
Thank
what
you.
lessons could be drawn from her life that you went?
Well, she gave her life to the struggle of working people. I mean, she organized the most difficult sector, the commercial sector, at that time, yeah. Thank you.
Perfect. Any family, please.
Yes, no, that's okay, sir. That's okay.
Just a
Yeah.
message of condolences to the Machini family and what role Mom Emma has played.
Well, you know, Mom Emma, when I saw the name, I thought, you know, she has played her role. She's old, but we still get hurt when we lose them because she really played a role. I know from the worker struggles, from the churches struggles. We were with her in the protests during those days, and it's a great loss. But we know she has played a role. We don't need to expect her to do much more than what she has done, and we thank God that she has lived a life and she has left us. We must give her a good send-off. And condolences to the family.
Thank you so much.
Emma Mashinini was a true icon of the working class. Many of us learned very deep lessons from her about organizing people around the issues of people and not along personalities. And with deep regret, we heard about her death yesterday, and we will pay the highest tribute to her. As the ANC, we hopefully the state will do similarly, and we think that she deserves all the dignity with which she led people. You know, she never disunited anybody. She always worked for unity. And her first and most important task, as she saw it, was to mobilize workers. And that's exactly what she did, and in particularly women workers. And for that, we're grateful.
Thank you so much.
my kop nou. Nou moet ek aan heeltemal iets anders dink.
Oh, what? I don't think you're telling what you're not.
Just for a record, you just start by introducing yourself so that it's easy for them to transfer that.
Okay.
We're good?
Yeah.
Just for a record, please introduce yourself.
I'm Juran van den Neefer, Communication Manager of Solidarity.
Just tell us how you feel about the decline of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction in schools.
Solidarity feels it necessary for mother tongue education, and the department claims that the demand actually decreases and that people don't want to put the children or learners into Afrikaans schools. We actually found in the census that the number of Afrikaans speakers increased over the last few years, where the schools decreased by more than 600.
Does it concern you?
It concerns us, and it forces parents to put their children in schools, double medium schools, where they can't take them to other schools, and other parents put their children in schools that are over capacity with 1,800 learners in a school.
Yeah, let us just summarize that in Afrikaans.
Okay. Solidariteit voel dat die departement verkeerd is in hulle aanname dat die aanvraag van Afrikaanse onderrig afgeneem het, waar ons voel die census het bewys dat dit daar 'n toename in Afrikaanse sprekers is, maar dat daar tog 600 minder Afrikaanse skole is. Ons voel dat dit moedertaalonderrig so belangrik is en dat ouers nou gedwing word om hulle kinders in 'n dubbelmedium skool te sit of uit te haal en na 'n oorvol Afrikaanse skool te sit.
Yeah, let's see just speak here. How is it?
Avala ngoku.
Unlimited power, Tina, unlimited power, Tina, socialism. Amandla. Sabalas and take power, Tina's food, take power, Tina's food is socialism. Take power, Tina's food is take power, Tina's food is socialism. Amandla! Amandla. Kombesoli Mapaila. Comrades, there are some lost and found. There's a phone that was brought to the table here. Its owner must come and claim it. It is off. You will have to know the pin. Okwesibini uSimpiwe Mkhize, Eastern Cape, you have lost your tag. Comrades, I'm giving now the platform to Comrade Soli to introduce some international guests.
Yes. Amandla, comrades. Amandla. Yeah, we're going to receive a message. After that, we'll go back to our normal program. Because of the delegation of the CPC, the Communist Party of China, they have to fly out of Johannesburg not long after. So we'll allow Comrade Tui from the Central Committee of the Communist Party, is the Vice Minister responsible for public administration. That's a very senior position of the Central Committee. So the whole of government under public administration, but account through to the Communist Party through his leadership in the CPC. The floor is yours. There will be concurrent translation from Chinese into English.
南非共产党中央委员会仅此贵党第14次全国代表大会隆重召开之际，中国共产党中央委员会向你们，并通过你们向27万 6000南非共产党党员致以最热烈的祝贺和最亲切的问候。
Central Committee of the Communist Party of South Africa. On the occasion of the solemn opening of the 14th SACP National Congress, the CPC Central Committee wishes to extend to you and through you to the 276,000 SACP members our warmest congratulations and most sincere greetings.
贵党成立96年来，坚持以马列主义为指导，积极争取广大劳苦黑人的解放，为推翻种族隔离统治、建立新南非做出了重要贡献。1994年以来，贵党作为执政联盟的成员，坚定推进南非民主革命，积极开展社会主义实践，为建设新南非和推进国际共运事业不懈努力，我们对此深表赞赏。
Over the past 96 years since her founding, the SACP, under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism, has been striving for the emancipation of the broad masses of South Africans in general and black people in particular, which represents an important contribution to the overthrow of the apartheid regime and the dawning of the new South Africa. We highly commend the relentless efforts the SACP has made as a member of the Tripartite Alliance in advancing the national democratic revolution, putting socialism into practice, as well as building up the new South Africa and promoting the international communist movement.
中国共产党与南非共产党同年同月诞生，共同的理想信念始终把我们紧紧地团结在一起。当前，世界处于大发展、大变革、大调整之中，社会主义发展机遇大于挑战。我们愿与南非共深化友谊，加强合作，相互支持，共同为各自党的事业发展，为构建中南、中非和人类命运共同体而努力奋斗。
Born in the same month of the same year, the Communist Party of China and the South African Communist Party have always been bound together by a common ideal and belief. Today, as the world is undergoing major development, transformation, and adjustment, more opportunities than challenges are presenting themselves in the development of socialism. We stand ready to work together with SACP to further strengthen our friendship, cooperation, and mutual support for the promotion of our respective undertakings towards the building of a community of shared future for China and South Africa, for China and Africa, and also for the mankind.
祝贵党第14次全国代表大会取得圆满成功。
We wish the 14th National Congress a complete success.
祝中国共产党和南非共产党友谊万古长青。
Viva the friendship between the CPC and the SACP.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Before you go down, we just want to give you a special award to the Communist Party of China.
在那个您离开之前的话，我们南非共产党想像你一样，如果您想共产党转交一件特殊的礼物。
You can also just have this present.
这是我们赠送给中国共产党的一件礼物。这是一幅世界地图，做成了一个蛋。
That's right.
让我们共同为这个。这个 Yes, let's work together for the common goal of mankind development.
That's right.
谢谢。
谢谢。award. Amandla! Amandla! Long live the relationship between the SACP and the CPC. Long live! Comrades, sorry, we just want to give this special award through Comrade Sui to the Communist Party of China. I'm sure many of you here have been to China. Because of this special program from the Communist Party of China to take our comrades to learn in China and for political education, we wish to use this Congress to express our appreciation to Comrade Xi Jinping, the General Secretary, the Central Committee, and all the members of the Communist Party of China. Sheshe. Nizula ngten my comrades, sheshe. Thank you.
Bopha, comrades, bopha. Thanks, comrades. There's a request that one YCL member, one member from the Alliance, one from each province, should proceed to Lanseria Hall. Umhlekwa nangu, if you follow Umhlekwa, you will find maybe he will have to be somewhere outside so that he can be able to guide you where the place is. From each of the alliance partners, which means one from COSATU, one from the ANC, one from Sanko. So that done, Comrade Samela is outside, comrades. He have lost his tag. Therefore, he cannot get in. Anybody who may have found that tag, can you please make sure that he gets it? Secondly, comrades, anybody who have picked a bag that doesn't belong to you, it has got keys inside. Keys, don't say kids. Keys for the car. Kids. Aye man, hey. So please, comrades, don't make a mistake. If you found your bag with keys and you didn't bring keys in, it does not belong to you. Bring it here. It is a Congress bag. Its owner needs it, comrades. I don't know, Lee. Comrades, there is also a phone that has been lost. 2 phones. As we enter at this gate, it seems that, comrades, we are losing some of the things we carried. Somebody, two phones have been lost. Please bring it to the front. We'll make sure that its owner gets it. A Samsung S7, a cracked screen. Please, comrades, bring it up, Makaban. Comrades, we will call then the second deputy secretary of the party, Comrade Jeremy, to come and present credentials.
Amandla! Viva SACP, viva! Phansi nemopolicalism, phansi! Comrades, my brief duty is to present the credentials of this Congress, this 14th Congress of the SACP. And it's with a great deal of pride that I do so, comrades. I think Comrade Ronnie Castrals is still here. In 1971, when I was undergoing training outside of the country, I asked Comrade Ronnie, by the way, how many SACP members are there present inside of South Africa? And Comrade Ronnie said to me, that is not a question you ever ask. That is top secret. So, of course, I didn't pursue the matter. But a few sessions later, a week or two later, he said, by the way, are you still committed to returning to the country if I tell you that there are probably 5 organized units of 3 people each? And that's the totality of the party membership inside of the country. Outside, it was about 2,000. Today, comrades, as we open this 14th Congress, we have 284,554 SACP members. That is more than 250,000 for those of you like me who had Bantu education and therefore we don't always understand figures. More than 250,000, comrades, organized in 7,226 voting district VD branches. So I think that we need to understand the responsibilities, as Comrade Blade said earlier, that we carry at this Congress. We are here, those of us who are voting delegates, and those of us who are watching us as non-voting delegates, we are representing over 250,000 communists here in South Africa, and of course representing the interests and aspirations of many, many more thousands in our country. Briefly then, we expected 1,856 voting delegates. From the Eastern Cape, of the 219, we have 203 present. From the Free State, of the 94 expected, 84. From Gauteng, 269 expected, 268 present. Limpopo, no, but it gets better, comrades. Limpopo, 273 expected, present, 273. Viva Limpopo, viva. Moses Mabhida, 410 expected, 400 present. Mpumalanga, 190 expected, a near miss, 188 present. Northern Cape, the most rural, the most distant province from most of things in South Africa, expected 76, 76 present. Viva Northern Cape, viva. Moses Katani, 132 expected, 130 present, a good attendance. Western Cape, even further away from Gauteng, 91 expected, 90 present. There are 37 CC members present, and the YCL, 70 expected, I'm not going to say 75 present, 70 present. Well done, YCL. Viva YCL. So that represents 1,819 voting delegates. Then in addition, our non-voting delegates include stalwarts. We invited 3, we have 5 present. African National Congress, we invited 20, we have 27 present. Viva ANC, viva. From COSATU, we have 32 present of the 40 expected. From SANCO, we invited 5, we have 5. Viva SANCO, viva. We invited the MKVA. They sent an apology but said that they wished us well in our Congress. We understood and accepted the apology. From SASCO, 2 invited, 2 present. From COSAS, 2 invited, not present. From the ANC Parliamentary Caucus, a Minji 5, but 5 are all present. Well done, ANC Parliamentary Caucus. From Santaku, 2 invited, 2 present. Viva Santaku, viva. Then guests of all other categories. That would include other trade union federations, other affiliates of other organizations, of other trade unions, but from a range of South African formations. We invited 180. Listen to this, comrades. We invited 180, present 255. We understand the responsibility that your presence confers on us, and thank you for attending us in such numbers. International guests, we've been expecting 60 so far, with some still might be arriving. We have 59 out of the 60, and they represent 35 fraternal organizations from around the world. That's a fantastic attendance. And then there are other categories, obviously, of comrades. There's the Electoral Commission, there's the choir staff, and so on. So in short, comrades, just to summarize what I've said, we have 1,819 voting delegates, 529 non-voting delegates, and a total of 2,358 present here in our Congress. Viva SACP, viva! Viva internationalism, viva! Amandla!
Amandla. Comrades, the credentials have been presented. I'm now waiting for a progressive mover for their acceptance. Is that Northern Cape? Then you announce by who you are and then that you are, so that they can be recorded accordingly. Northern Cape. May the seconder come closer to the mic as well. Or any mic. I see Moses Kotane. Moses Mapita, there's one thing. Moses Kotane, man, I'm looking. This side is Northern Cape. Moses Kotane is there. Moses Mapita will come later, yes. Xolo ba umthimbu. Xolo nkosi yami. Amlungisele.
Joyce Matzio from the Northern Cape Comrades, and we are moving.
Moses Kotane.
Chair Madoda Sambata, Northwest, we are seconding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Noba umthembu ngamaza befuna usakonda. Anybody against? None. Come and give us the Congress rules. But please, all those who have picked phones, and it doesn't belong to you, please bring it up. Already we have received some phones that comrades are disciplined. Please bring anything that doesn't belong to you to the table.
Amandla. Long live the SACP. Phansi violence against women and children. Comrades, it's my honor to present to you the draft rules and procedures of the 14th Congress of the SACP. They are in your document pack, so I'm not intending to speak to every single line of them. They have been distributed to the provinces and been engaged with ahead of the Congress. Firstly, let me apologize for a typo. in relation to the venue of the Congress obviously is here at Birchwood. Before I move into the actual text of the document, I would like to re-emphasize for us the role that discipline plays in the prosecution of our revolution, and to remind us that Comrade Lenin had emphasized that in the process of consolidating and taking power, the discipline of communists is one of the most paramount tasks that we need as a party to achieve. Lenin defined party discipline in a very informative way, and is something that needs to inform not only our conduct at Congress, but our conduct as we move back to our branches and to implement the resolutions of this Congress. Discipline was defined as unity in action, but freedom in discussion and criticism within the rules of the party. So when we are talking about the strategic consistency, analytical alertness, and tactical flexibility that our comrade GS had discussed, put forward to us in the political report, we need to ensure that we can do so in a robust and dynamic way in Congress, but with a very clear understanding that what comes out of the Congress is unity in action. It is the responsibility of this plenary to consider and adopt the rules of the 14th Congress. So they are presented to you by the Central Committee of the 13th Congress. The Congress is, in terms of our Constitution, the highest organ of the party, and it is the plenary sessions of the Congress that take decisions, adopt resolutions in a manner that is prescribed by our Constitution. The Congress has, in paragraph 3 of the Rules and Procedures, a steering committee. The steering committee consists of the members of the 13th Congress Central Committee of the South African Communist Party, the provincial secretaries of the SACP, and the National Secretary. It is the responsibility of that steering committee to direct the work of the Congress in conformity with the decisions of the delegates, to ensure that we run smoothly and effectively, and to approve and authorize the discussion and the distribution of all Congress documents. That steering committee is also responsible for the structuring of the commissions, the allocation of chair people to those commissions, and the bringing back of the reports from those commissions. It also has responsibility to approve all of the public statements made on behalf of us as the delegates of the 14th National Congress. The rules and procedures also define the voting, the attendance and the credentials. So you've already had the report, so I'm not going to go in that in detail, but under paragraph 4, it defines for us the voting delegates and the non-voting delegates. It also ensures that we have the South African and international media present here and indicates which of the sessions the media is entitled to join us in. Our national chairperson has already indicated the importance of our tags, and we have comrades outside of the hall trying to identify where their tags are. It is a very important part of our discipline as a Congress and of the security arrangements. Section 6 of the document deals with the sessions of Congress and the speaking rights. Plenary sessions, we have participatory rights of all voting delegates and all non-voting delegates with a maximum of the speaking time, and it is critically important for us, if you look at the size of this Congress delegation, to ensure that we are able to speak very precisely and in a very disciplined manner. In the commissions, our voting and non-voting delegates have speaking rights, but the time allocation is going to be a shorter process, a longer process to allow better discussion in our commissions. There are also the open and closed sessions. The commissions are closed sessions. The plenary sessions, apart from the financial report section, are open sessions. The financial report section is closed to only the voting delegates. The section 1.4 of paragraph 6 then deals with the way in which we are expected to participate in our discussions in those fora. Paragraph 7 is a very important part for all of us of our delegates, our responsibilities as delegates to this Congress. And we want to emphasize, firstly, the importance of punctuality. If we are going to be able to put our energy into the robust discussion that we need to discuss the issues that have been raised in the political report, we need to ensure that we are on time and we can start on time. Secondly, we need to ensure that we facilitate robust engagement. So we are appealing for respect for the chairpeople of all of our sessions. We are also appealing for the respect for us as participants in this Congress. We have identified practices that have no place in a Communist Party Congress or in a Communist Party meeting. We do not want heckling, we do not want howling, we do not want shouting. We do want an environment in which we are able to listen to the contributions of delegates and to engage with the content of what is being said. There are also various security provisions that are our responsibility as delegates, and we're asking you to please ensure that within your delegation those are adhered to. We appear to have 2 paragraph 7s. My apologies for that. The chairperson's paragraph deals with the fact that the steering committee will establish a collective of not more than 5 people, including our national chairperson, that will function as the chairpeople for the plenary sessions, and it identifies the role of the chairpeople. It is vitally important in a Congress of this size that we are all able to respond to the leadership that is given by our chairpeople and their guidance in terms of the manner in which we conduct our debates. The next section deals with the Drafting and Resolutions Committee, which is appointed by the steering committee. The members of that, which is no more than 20 people, will be drawn from the Central Committee, the Steering Committee, Commission facilitators, and the provinces and elected delegates. And their responsibility is to be able to ensure that the robust discussion that is going to take place is brought back to plenary to enable us to adopt Congress resolutions that will shape the way in which the party functions, with strategic consistency, with analytical alertness, and the tactical flexibility that is needed over the next 5-year period. The commissions, and I'm getting right to the end of it, the commissions are set up by the steering committee. They will have facilitators appointed by the steering committee, and those commissions, very importantly, have the power to make recommendations to the plenary session of Congress. So they are the essence of what then lands up in our resolutions. We will attempt in this Congress to ensure that we reach all decisions by consensus and that we have sufficient discussion to enable us to reach those conclusions, but there are voting rights for voting delegates if it is indeed needed. And then finally, the record of the Congress is the responsibility of the steering committee to ensure that there is a proper record of the proceedings of the National Congress and that those national records of the Congress remain in the safekeeping of the SACP archives. So in presenting those draft rules to you, we are reminding ourselves that the essence of a Communist Party is to be able to function as the most disciplined force, and it's a fundamental part of our vanguard role and our ability in the challenging times that we face at the moment to be able to step up to the plate. Comrade Chairperson, can I hand back to you? Amandla.
Thank you, comrades. Let me make one correction, comrades. When we announce items lost, by no implications are we saying that comrades in the hall are thieves. If that view has been built, it is not intended. Because, comrades, all the items have been lost. Even here, I won't mention the people who exchange bags and phones. We do get them back. We only do it so that people can be able, if they pick something, bring it up. But I know in the party delegations, there can be no one who is suspected of having an ability to do such things. So if ever it has appeared as if we are accusing people, it was not intended. That having been done, comrades, can we, comrades, therefore get a mover for the rules to be accepted by Congress? Yaem Vapaya YCL, Gauteng, come Gauteng. Is there a mic in that area? The seconder? Yes, come follow him so that you can speak at the same mic. Come and follow him. I can see you down there. Come up to the mic because I've got only one mic that's here. Where is here?
Mandla.
Awethu.
Yeah, as the Young Communist League, we move for the adoption of the rules for the 14th Congress. Oh, I'm the leader of the State Power Committee.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is John Pisi, the provincial chairperson of Gauteng. We do second chairperson. Thank you very much. Stella, my microphone stands, Comrade Chair. It's a long walk from the back there. If we could get microphones.
All right, Makabane, somebody may have misplaced his or her bag. It has a phone inside. Whoever has lost a bag, come here. It has been brought to our table. As I have said, you are doing so well. Yes, come.
Yeah, Comrade Chair, my name is Milton Mrema from Mpumalanga, the province which is the architect of the state power. We are here to second the move for the adoption of the rules and the conference procedures. Thanks.
Thanks, Mpumalanga. I'm sure your views will be well expressed in the commissions. Thank you very much. Comrade Tipuo, can you come nearer so that we know who are the guests amongst us?
Amanda. Comrades, as the first Deputy Secretary has indicated, we have 364 guests, international and the local ones. So I'm not going to attempt to introduce all the guests. Safe to say we received messages of solidarity and support from the following international fraternal organizations and friends. The Communist Party of China, which has delivered its message, the Communist Party of Cuba. We also have in our midst the Communist Party of Germany, Communist Party of Turkey, Communist Party of Greece, Portuguese Communist Party, Communist Party of India, the Kurdistan National Congress, Communist Party of India, Marxist, Workers' Party of Korea, Communist Party of Russian Federation, the Progressive Party of Cyprus, People's United Democratic Movement, Communist Party of Lesotho, Communist Party of the United States, Social Democratic Party of Kenya, Communist Party of Swaziland, Communist Party of Zimbabwe, Sudan People's Liberation Movement, People's United Democratic Movement, and then we have the following embassies: the Embassy of Cuba, the Embassy of Venezuela, Embassy of Palestine, Embassy of Mozambique, Embassy of South Sudan, the Embassy of Sahrawi Republic, and we also have the Swaziland Solidarity Network and the Friends of Cuba. But I think Congress is also privileged, as we're going to be discussing the difficulties faced by our movement and the country, to have the following stalwarts in our midst, who hopefully will share their wisdom and experience with all of us. Comrade Kgalema Motlanthe, Comrade Eric Mchali, Comrade Esop Pahat, Comrade Ronnie Castles, Comrade Sidney Mafumadi, Comrade Norman Levy, Comrade Faisal Randera, Comrade Ahmed Timol, Comrade Tokyo Sekhwali, Comrade Barry Gilda, Comrade Sean Bolton, Comrade Trevor Fowler, Comrade Mavusom Simang, Comrade Dimpo Hani, and Comrade Pumelele Nzimande. There are other stalwarts that keep on joining us. Some will be joining us as the week goes past. But we're also honored to have Comrade Helen Pastus, who was introduced earlier on, a member of Umkhonto Wesizwe and Special Operations, and also the London recruits. These are the internationalists that played an important role in our struggle. We acknowledge their presence and hope that they will share with us their experiences as we craft the way forward in this Congress. Thank you very much.
Comrades, let me again thank you very much. The items that have been mentioned to have been lost have been returned. But there is this bag. This bag is from room 79, Santorini. It has got a phone inside. It is a party bag, I'm sure. The room number is 79, Santorini. I think the owner will come and get it here. I didn't get it from that room. It was brought to me. So besides that, comrades, we are now going to open up the discussion on the political report. It will be a discussion for an hour, comrades. So please, even in the commissions, the same report will be discussed. So we'll take hands as you raise them, and please don't take more, because we need to get as much people as possible to comment on the report. Because this is going to be a debate of the party report, we'll request those who come to record and do all other things to leave us. Maybe Ingoma can assist us in the meantime when they are picking their things. This is a closed session, comrades. He's not here. Any media person who may be here, I don't mean party people, media people, not party comrades. Sorry, the guests are part of the closed session. The guests can sit, participate if they wish. What we are calling for are people who are recording for media.